Okay, everybody, welcome to the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations to estimates hearing for Tuesday the 16th of June. Minister, I welcome you to today's hearing and invite you to introduce officials accompanying you today.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd just like to say initially that it's been an absolute honour to serve as Minister for Trade, Business and Asian Relations, International Education, Migration and Population, Workforce and Advanced Manufacturing over the past year. And I'm joined today by the executive team from the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations, of Hayley Richards, who is the Chief Executive Officer with me, Kelly Ralston, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Joanna Frankenfeld, who is the Chief Financial Officer, Jake Quinn-Leven, who is the General Manager, Business and Regions, and Lewis DeRocca, who's the General Manager, Policy and Strategy and Insights.
Thank you, Minister. I will now invite you to make a brief opening statement of no more than 20 minutes. I will then call for questions relating to the statement. The committee will then consider any whole of government budget and fiscal strategy related questions before moving on to output specific questions. I will invite the Shadow Minister to ask their question first, followed by the committee members. Finally, other participating members may then ask questions. The committee has agreed that other members may join in on a line of questioning pursued by a Shadow Minister rather than waiting to the end of the Shadow's questioning on the output. Minister, I invite you to make an opening statement of no more than 20 minutes regarding the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations. I will give you a 5-minute warning at the 15-minute mark. That sounds like that. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to say I've introduced the team, but I'd just like to say that they and the team have worked tirelessly to deliver our government's economic agenda, and I thank them for their professionalism, dedication and commitment to Territorians and their support for Territory businesses as we work to attract investment, strengthen our workforce, expand our international engagement and rebuild our economy. Chair, when I appeared before estimates last year, the challenge before us was clear. The Territory economy needed confidence, business needed certainty, and investors needed a reason to choose the Northern Territory. Territorians wanted to know we had a plan to create jobs, grow our population, and secure our future. Today, I'm pleased to report on the progress made. The Territory economy has turned a corner. In the past year, we've moved off the bottom of the CommSec State of the States rankings. We led the nation in economic growth, maintained one of the lowest inflation rates in Australia, delivered nation-leading home ownership support, delivered tax relief for small business, and have been recognised as one of the best jurisdictions in Australia in which to do business. And this did not happen by accident, Madam Chair. This is a result of deliberate decisions, disciplined economic management, and a clear focus on growth, certainty, and security. It reflects the confidence that businesses, investors and workers are increasingly placing in the Northern Territory, and that the Territory is recognised for what we are: Australia's gateway to Asia, a strategic energy powerhouse, a critical minerals province, a growing advanced manufacturing hub, and the most exciting investment destination in the nation. Chair, the 26-27 budget for the department is $82.72 million, which includes $34 million, just under $35 million in employee expenditure, $12.4 million in goods and services expenditure, $24.5 million in grants and subsidies expenditure, and $10.6 million in services free of charge. This funding is directed to $37.3 million for businesses providing extensive support to the heart of our economy, which is business, $8.3 million for workforce and population, $18.8 million for trade, and $18.2 million for the corporate and governance output, including shared services to Departments of Mines, Energy and Agriculture and Fisheries. Chair, I will now speak to each portfolio in turn. Trade and investment sit at the centre of our government's commitment to rebuild our economy, and my responsibility as Minister is unequivocal: to take the Territory to the world and deliver opportunity to the Territory. And in an increasingly competitive global economy, investment does not just come to those who wait. Capital is mobile, investors have choices. A government that sits back and hopes for investment to come to it will be left behind, and that is why we have pursued an ambitious international engagement agenda focused on building relationships, opening markets and attracting investment. The year to March 2026 encompassed delegations to our closest neighbour, Timor-Leste, where I supported the return of the Darwin to Dili yacht race and progressed relationships with business and government. To Japan, including leading a delegation of 20 territory businesses to participate in the 2025 World Expo in Osaka. To Denpasar to represent the Northern Territory at the Indonesia-Australia Business Council Conference and meet with key stakeholders to strengthen economic partnerships. And to the Baker Hughes annual meeting in Florence, where I represented the Territory, the only Australian government body invited, putting the Territory at the forefront of the energy security agenda before the more than 2,000 delegates. Japan remains our most important trading partner, and with Darwin Harbour being home to Japan's largest single international investment through the Ithacus LNG project, that relationship continues to deepen. The mission to Osaka showcased territory capability, strengthened commercial relationships, and opened new export opportunities. Territory businesses secured contracts, expanded their presence in international markets, demonstrating that they can compete with the very best in the world. One business, Humpty Doo Barramundi, secured an exclusive contract to supply the Australian pavilion at the Expo, and as well as a new export opportunities into Japan. Another, Ekunji artists, showcased Central Australian culture to a global audience. Our engagement with Indonesia, one of the world's fastest growing economies, is resulting in expansion of existing and creation of new export relationships, particularly in relation to critical minerals and strategic supply chain. Taking the Territory to the world is only one half of the story. Bringing the world to the Territory is the other half. In partnership with Darwin Major Business Group, we delivered the inaugural Northern Territory Investment Summit from the 15th to the 17th of July 2025 to accelerate private investment and international partnerships. The summit promoted around 30 investment opportunities to an exclusive cohort of 160 invitees, investors, business leaders and government decision makers from 13 markets. Post-summit engagement continues across critical minerals and copper, digital energy, international interest in the multi-user marine facility from Japanese, Korean and Indonesian groups, sovereign wealth fund interest in agriculture and investment in and around Litchfield National Park. Although through investment forums, mining roadshows, business missions and government-to-government engagement, we are building stronger economic ties and creating new pathways for investment in critical minerals, resources and strategic industries. These relationships matter, creating opportunities for Territory businesses and attracting capital. Critically, they position the Northern Territory at the centre of emerging regional supply chains. Chair, one of the clearest indicators of growing confidence in the Territory is the strength of our investment pipeline. As of March 31 this year, the Territory had 75 active investment projects and 84 active early-stage investment leads, spanning critical minerals, energy, digital infrastructure, agriculture and advanced manufacturing, representing billions of dollars in potential economic activity. A particularly exciting area of growth is digital infrastructure. Participation by the Territory at the Baker Hughes meeting in Florence enabled clear articulation of the role the Territory has to play in the creation of Australia's digital economy. The Territory is increasingly recognised as a strategic location for data centres and digital investment. We are actively engaging with 12 companies on major data centre projects that have the potential to generate hundreds of millions of dollars in economic activity while supporting Australia's future digital economy. The next DC D2 facility is a strong example. This $132 million investment is nearing completion and during construction has created significant local employment opportunities, with 80% of the 120-strong workforce being Territorians. Territory businesses have also played a major role in delivering the project. That is what investment in the Territory looks like: local jobs, local capability and long-term economic benefits for Territorians. Chair, attracting investment is only part of the equation. A growing economy needs people to build projects, run businesses, to teach, care, innovate and create. While the Territory labour market remains strong, forecasts show we will need more than 10,000 additional workers by 2030. Meeting that challenge requires action on multiple fronts. It requires training, workforce development, a worker attraction program, and support for people who choose the Territory to ensure they have every reason to stay. And that is why we're developing the Territory's first whole-of-government workforce development strategy. Informed by extensive consultation with industry, employers, training providers and community stakeholders, the strategy provides a clear roadmap for addressing workforce challenges and ensuring the Territory has the skills needed to support future growth. In addition, we are delivering practical workforce initiatives through the Workforce Development Program and the Global Worker Attraction Program, which has become one of the Territory's most successful workforce initiatives. Through targeted campaigns in New Zealand, the United Kingdom, Ireland, Canada and the United States, we are showcasing the Territory as a destination for opportunity, lifestyle and career growth. Thousands of prospective workers have engaged through these activities, with more than 21,000 job seekers now registered on Worker Connect, giving Territory employers access to a growing pool of talent across Australia and around the world. Chair, migration remains critical to the Territory's future. Without skilled migration, the Territory cannot meet its workforce requirements. We continue to advocate to the Australian Government to ensure the Territory receives the migration settings and visa allocations necessary to support our economic growth. The Northern Territory Designated Area Migration Agreement remains one of the most progressive migration programs in Australia, giving Territory employers greater flexibility to address workforce shortages and plan for the future. Migration is not simply about filling jobs, it's also about growing businesses, communities, families and our population. And that is why we've invested $0.3 million in harnessing opportunities in migration engagement, the HOME program, to support new migrants to settle successfully, connect with employment opportunities and become long-term Territorians. Chair, international education is another area where the Territory continues to outperform. International education is one of the most valuable exports, with each international student contributing approximately $50,488 per annum, which equates to millions of dollars into our economy each year. International students bring diversity, skills, cultural connections and global perspectives, extending their value beyond simple economics. Many choose to stay, work and build their future in the Territory. And that is why we continue to support the growth of the sector through targeted promotion, stronger industry partnerships and initiatives that improve the student experience. Chair, business remains at the heart of everything we do. Small business employ Territorians, support local communities, drive innovation and create opportunity. And my objective is simple. I want the Northern Territory to be the easiest place in Australia to start, operate and grow a business. That means reducing red tape, improving regulation, supporting innovation, providing access to grants and advice and ensuring government procurement creates opportunities for local firms. Our investment grants, including sponsorships for this year, is estimated to reach $21.5 million. These grants support businesses, industry, advanced manufacturing, aviation connectivity, international students and growing and strengthening our workforce. Over the reporting period, hundreds of Territory businesses have direct support through our grant and assistance programs, which saw $2.4 million paid to 401 businesses. Businesses have been supported to strengthen security, expand operations, improve productivity and invest in growth. As 31 March, over $1.4 million had been invested to support more than 200 premises through the Business Security Assistance Program. We continue to support entrepreneurship and innovation through the Territory's innovation ecosystem, with $1.05 million invested in Accelerate and the Business Innovation Program, and Territory businesses are proving that world-class ideas can be developed right here in the Northern Territory. Excuse me. Whether in advanced manufacturing, technology, defence, agriculture or creative industries, innovation is helping Territory businesses compete on a national and international stage. Chair, advanced manufacturing deserves particular attention. For too long, people have underestimated what can be manufactured in the Northern Territory. That perception is changing. Today, Territory businesses are producing sophisticated, high-value products that are being sold across Australia and around the world. From advanced glass manufacturing to robotics, additive manufacturing and smart technologies, local companies are investing in capability and creating highly skilled jobs. Our investment of $1.2 million in the Advanced Manufacturing Ecosystem Fund has supported projects that strengthen industry capability, encourage innovation and support commercialisation. The Territory is not simply extracting resources, we are adding value, developing capability and building new industries. Chair, supporting business growth also means ensuring government works better for business. And that is why we have continued to deliver procurement reform. We have simplified purchasing processes, reduced administrative burden, improved opportunities for Territory suppliers, and strengthened local participation in government contracts. We established the Territory Procurement Champion to provide an independent avenue for industry engagement and feedback, ensuring more government spending stays in the Territory and supports Territory businesses. As major projects move forward, we are equally focused on maximising local participation and creating pathways for Territory businesses to enter supply chains, particularly in the gas, energy, infrastructure and critical minerals sectors. Chair, throughout the year, the Department has supported businesses and communities through a series of significant weather events and natural disasters. The Territory has faced flooding, cyclones and severe weather across multiple regions. In each case, departmental staff working closely with businesses, communities and other agencies to support response and recover efforts. Whether through business engagement, grants administration or practical recovery support, that work has helped businesses get back on their feet and continue contributing to local communities. Chair, the story of this budget and the work it supports is a story of confidence. Confidence returning to the Territory economy, returning to business. Confidence from investors, confidence from workers, confidence in the Territory's future. However, economic transformation is not achieved in a single year and there is more work to do, but the direction is clear. The foundations have been laid, investment is coming. Workforce is growing, business confidence is strengthening, and opportunities are emerging across every region of the Territory. We are building an economy that is stronger, an economy that is more diverse, an economy that is more resilient, that creates jobs, attracts investment and supports families and communities. An economy that well places the Northern Territory to play its role in Australia's future prosperity. Chair, the Territory's best days are not behind us, they are ahead of us, and our government is committed to seizing the opportunities before us. Thank you, Chair, and I welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any questions on the opening statement? Member for Arnhem.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, and welcome officials. Minister, BP3 shows the total DT bar expenses going from just over $89 million in the 25-26 budget to down to $82 million in the 26-27 budget, Minister. My question is, why is the department's budget lower and which programs, grants or functions of your department account for that reduction?
Thank you for the question. Excuse me, bear with me. So there are a number of programs that were included in the current financial year that were time limited and not continuing through into the next financial year. One of those examples is the funding that we received to develop the business plan for the Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Art Gallery that was scheduled for Alice Springs, but which subsequently was unable to proceed due to the insufficient funding provided by the federal government. And there are a number of other time-limited funding projects that are coming to an end. The basic essential business of the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations continues and is robust and very strong and very focused on developing the territory's economy.
Thank you, Minister. Are you able to table a full list of some of those time-limited projects or programs that have been either reduced, discontinued, reprofiled or transferred since the last CLP budget?
So just some of the notes, and just noting that in BP3 it does actually provide a full explanation of why decreases are presented. So I'll just point that out to the Leader of the Opposition. But areas where there has been a decrease has been, there was a decrease of just under $600,000, primarily due to realignment of budget between outputs in line with agency operating requirements. And the trade and investment output, there was a decrease primarily due, to a $2.8 million transfer to the forward budget beyond 26, 27, 27, 28 to support the Winning Investment and Unlocking Growth initiative that we've actually announced. There's also changes in post-machinery of government, which took some time to flow through. So there was a lot of realignment that occurred through 25, 26 and then into 26, 27 to actually make sure that following the MOG that everything was where it was meant to be, which was, as you would appreciate, a fairly complicated process and taken over time. So we're pretty confident today that all of that has been completed, and so the 26-27 budget is reflective of the work that's required of the Trade, Business and Asian Relations Department.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate your response. Just two of the areas you outlined total about $3.4 million. My calculation from my first question to you is close to $6 million. So just if you had that table handy to point out, that would be appreciated.
So there's a couple of areas where we're expecting less revenue, primarily in the migration area, and that's a direct result of a significant reduction of approvals in visas through the federal government and allocation of visas through the federal government's program into migration. We also have a couple of programs.
So, Minister, do you have the figure for that, for migration?
So that's around about 200? 350, sorry.
1,000?
Thousand.
Yep.
Yeah. There was a couple of programs that have finished. One of them I already mentioned was the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Art Gallery project. We also had advanced manufacturing grants that were a part of a 5-year program that finishes in this financial year. There was a Facing North and World Event Expo event delivery, which was a time-limited funding, and that was about $300,000. And then there was a feasibility study that was done into copper and critical minerals with the Department of Mining and Energy. That, again, was about $300,000. Again, that was a time-limited project.
Thanks, Minister. Any reason the advanced manufacturing grants have ceased after the 5-year period?
So that has been reframed into a new program, and there is a real focus on partnering and opening up opportunities in advanced manufacturing with interested businesses that are far more reflective of what an economic environment would expect, which is in-kind support as appropriate and support in engaging and connecting those potential investors into partnerships with each other so that we see a much greater private investment and equity into the advanced manufacturing sector. So it's far more sustainable as it's not reliant on government funding.
Thank you, Minister. Is there a name for that overall process that it's rolled into?
So the parameters of that program are still under development, and I'm not going to preempt my announcement from next year in this particular
Come on,
environment.
Minister, why not?
You know, come
We're
on,
all
it's
friends.
it's a front page, right? So
All right, thank you. I appreciate the answer and the response, and obviously respect that there's development in the way there.
Member for Arnhem, we've just got a follow-up question on that one. Is that okay?
yeah.
Member for Karama?
Thank you, Chair. And Minister, just in regards to advanced manufacturing business that the member for Arnhem raised, advanced manufacturing businesses operating in Northern Territory continue to grow in number, and existing manufacturers continue to build their representation on international markets, as you know. Could you provide an overview of any significant investments in the reporting period?
having a challenge with my folder. Member for Karama, my apologies. It's a pretty exciting area for the Northern Territory. I think we know that with everything that's occurring in the Northern Territory currently, with the abundance of resources that are currently being unlocked, with the work that's being done to really support industry and grow development and have not just Australia but the region focus on the opportunities that are presented, particularly on the back of the guarantee of a long-term secure energy supply through the Beetaloo Sub-Basin, we are actually being able to look to really grow that ecosystem. And we can, the previous investment fund, which went over 5 years, that finalised in this current financial year, but it actually has seen a realisation in the advanced manufacturing centre, where we've seen businesses make a very strong and firm decision to actually step forward themselves, and with the support that's given, which is often around connectivity into potential investors, connectivity into how they unlock land access and so on. And one of the really fantastic examples of what we've been able to achieve in this particular area is the Northern Glass Solutions facility, where it's a $20 million project that was largely funded by the proponents. We've also there's a whole range of projects that have come to realisation under the advanced manufacturing remit, so ranging from things like Arctic Installations, who manufacture tropical insulated panels specifically designed for our tropics. We've got work that's been done with Coleman's Printing, who have now state-of-the-art printing and capacity, particularly around labelling and packaging. Rise, which is a really exciting company that is doing incredible work around robotics and AI, and doing some really interesting investigation on how you map waterways without actually disrupting the waterway. Steel Line, which is an advanced manufacturing facility. We've had Life H2O, which is a deployable water security system. So there's a huge range, and I think the Northern Territory is really well placed, Member for Karama, for pushing forward in these downstreaming and upstreaming opportunities on the back of the resources that we have available.
Thank you. Member for Arnhem.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the department's annual report claims a private sector investment pipeline of 75 projects valued at $119.4 billion. Minister, how many of those 75 projects have reached final investment decision?
So by their very nature, they are in the pipeline, and so haven't yet reached final investment decision, because that's what the nature of growing those projects are. But I will take the opportunity, people will be aware of, and we're very excited about the fact that one of the most significant projects to to come into the Northern Territory in recent times is the Arafura Rare Earths Nolans project, which has reached final investment decision and is about to commence construction, which provides a significant opportunity not just for the Northern Territory but for Australia to be an active competitor in an area that currently is a monopoly run by China into very critical components required for most of our electronic equipment. So I think that as everybody would appreciate, when you're actually progressing these leads, these often have a very long lead time. And just by example, Beeloo Sub-Basin Tamboran's project has been in progress for 30 years, and we are now seeing it come to fruition. So and Beeloo Energy similarly have reached their investment decisions and are proactively pushing forward. We've got Santos back online because of unlocking the opportunity that sits within that basin. BW Offshore came to Darwin and has started producing gas and exporting gas, which was very excited, and that was something that had come to a grinding halt under previous government. So we were very excited to be able to facilitate that and see that progress. And a very exciting project that has reopened just recently is Core Lithium, as the demand for lithium into the market has increased significantly. And Journey Beyond, which is one of the really exciting ones, the tourism expansion that's been created there. They've acquired the Crocodile Hotel in Kakadu. Again, the Crowley Darwin Bulk Fuel Facility has come to fruition. And I think probably there's a couple of gold mines that are doing extremely well in the current market that also have been the benefit of creating a very proactive, very pro-investment environment.
Thank you, Minister. Just from your response, what I got was that there's been one project of the 75 that have reached final investment decisions since the annual report. All with
There's
FID?
been three that have reached, yeah.
Thank you. So three of the 75 that were originally listed in the report. And Minister, can you table a pipeline which breaks down the project status and value for those 75?
I'm sure the opposition leader would appreciate that the specific details of some of those projects we couldn't actually give because of the nature of how the projects are leading, but we can certainly provide you with the sectors that the pipeline, the projects are being developed in. The value of them is a little bit of a movable feast depending on what's happening in various parts of the global economy. As everybody would appreciate, where we were back in February, before the fuel crisis hit pretty much the whole world, things are significantly different now. So it's not something it's finite that you can set in concrete. Sorry, no pun intended. You can't set it in concrete and see, but we can certainly give you the sectors. I can read them out, or we can table. Sorry.
If it's a long list, happy for you to table, if that's helpful, so we can get the full gamut.
It's the areas that we're working in isn't significantly long. Obviously, the nature of some of the projects is sensitive because it's areas like defence, minerals, oil and gas, digital technology, agribusiness, space. We also have a fair bit of work happening around the critical minerals. There's new exploration happening in various areas there, and those businesses and those investors are still often forming their partnerships. Probably one of the most exciting areas in terms of the projects in the pipeline, which I really wish I could give you greater detail on because it is pretty exciting, is the advancement in the digital technology environment. There's no question that the Northern Territory has become a significant focus, not just in Australia but across the region, for the place to be to develop digital embassies, digital data centres, digital security, which is fuelled by the development of the fibre optic cable network that is trans-terrestrial, try and say that quickly, down the centre of Australia, which is shaving significant time off the transport of very vital data, particularly in monetary transactions, which saves millions of dollars for companies. So all of these works are currently in play and will be coming to realisation, particularly the digital technology in terms of the fibre optic cable network within the next 2 to 3 years. So they have a lead time, but the lead time is reaching its conclusion, and I think that a number of the proponents in this will be getting ready to make their announcements in the not too distant future.
Thank you, Minister. And have there been any additions to the pipeline since the start of the reporting period, 1st of July 2025 till the 31st of March 2026?
Yeah, there have. Most of them have been in the data centre environment. It's a fairly dynamic and continually evolving space, but there are around about 12 projects that have evolved in the last 6 months in particular, on the back of, every one person's crisis is another person's opportunity, I guess, and certainly for the Northern Territory, the challenges that have been faced by a number of hyperscalers in the management of their data security as a result of what's happened in the Middle East has led to them looking to other more secure and geopolitically stable environments, and I believe that the Northern Territory is going to benefit significantly from that.
Thank you, Minister. And you spoke about the NT Investment Summit and obviously the major initiatives with your government, bringing investors, business leaders, senior stakeholders to Darwin. At the risk of sounding like a Dorothy Dixer, what were the outcomes of the summit?
Thank you for the question, Leader of the Opposition, because we're pretty excited about the outcomes from that particular project. So the Territory's very first investment summit in July of last year and was delivered in partnership with the Darwin Major Business Group, which was a very dynamic and very exciting partnership. And it really was established to make sure that the world understood what the opportunities were in the Northern Territory. And so the summit showcased strategic, economic and commercial opportunities with around 30 investment opportunities promoted to a very exclusive cohort of 160 invitees, because we wanted people in the room who could actually make these projects come to fruition. So we've had we had investors, business leaders, government decision makers from 13 markets. It was a 3-day program. And what we did that really significantly differed from what had been done in the past was we brought people to the Territory to show them just exactly what the Territory had to offer. And the general consensus was from each of the proponents who came was they had no idea of just what the remarkable opportunity was from the Northern Territory. So of that 163 delegates, 68% of them were C-suite or executive or chairs. 73% were investing organisations, and as I said, 13 markets. There were some fantastic sessions that were done, and what they did was highlight our commitment to making sure that we attracted the right investment and showcased the collaboration that was possible between government, industry and investors. And in terms of outcomes, we're currently, where are they? My page is stuck together. So the post-investment summit engagement has been really exciting. We've had investment in critical minerals and copper, further investment opportunities, as I've noted already, around the digital and energy sectors. That's probably, for me, the most exciting area because it's a greenfield project and that it provides a huge opportunity for the Northern Territory. We've had international interest in the multi-user marine facility from Japanese, Korean and Indonesian groups. Sovereign wealth fund interest in Territory agriculture investment pathways, and I mentioned in my opening remarks particularly investment in and around Litchfield National Park. And then the feedback from the attendees highlighted the opportunities around the investment framework to develop an investment framework to support the activation of Beetaloo. And then we've also had, following that, we continue to deliver the pipeline of work that we're seeing grow has come as a direct result of the engagement that's happened from the Investment Summit, and we are really keen to build on that with the Investment Summit being rescheduled for July this year, and the interest has been incredible from the various proponents who attended previously and a whole new raft of proponents that we've engaged with in the past 6 months in our international delegations.
Thank you, Minister. The response you gave me to written question 186 was around asking this specific question in estimate, so you're probably prepared. Minister, can you please provide the total cost of the Northern Territory Investment Summit?
Delighted. So the Investment Summit was done for a cost of $245,454, which was paid as a grant to Darwin Major Business Group to deliver the summit. And Darwin Major Business Group also invested into the summit. They contributed $75,000 and then an additional $20,000 was generated through industry partnership sponsorship. So it was a pretty good return on the investment.
Thank you, Minister. So the total cost of the summit, is that including the Darwin Major Business Group contribution of the 75? So, or is that on top of the 245,000?
It's in addition to.
Okay, can you give me the total cost?
$340,000.
And of that, 245 was
Was a
from
grant.
NTG. Yep. Thank you, Minister.
Member for Arnhem, we have another follow-up on that line of questioning. Member for Kramer.
Yeah, look, and I just want to touch on the Investment Summit, and very glad the member for Arnhem asked the question. But Minister, maybe you could just expand a little bit in terms of the local participation in there, as well as which sort of bilateral markets sort of did we engage with?
So just moving to the markets that we engage with, I have to remember all these countries. So obviously Australian companies, Timor-Leste, we had people from Indonesia, UK, Singapore, Japan, Switzerland. God, you're testing my memory now. India. So we had a number of very high-profile government officials who attended, which was very encouraging, and they have continued to liaise with us on what the opportunities are. China, that's... There was a couple more and I can't remember what the flags are, sorry. Oh, the UAE, sorry. So some very well-placed, very significant investors, and from Australia, some very large superannuation investment funds and private equity companies who are very keen to actually look at the opportunities. And one of the things that will stick with me is one of the very significant funds that attended had said to very publicly in the forum that it was the best investment summit he had ever attended. And that wasn't just in Australia, that was across the world. So a testament to the team who put it together, because it was incredibly successful. It has led to some very fast progress of discussions around engagement with the investment opportunities in the Northern Territory, especially in the Beetaloo Sub-Basin, and a reigniting of interest in areas that previously had become a little dormant, for example, core lithium and our gold mines in the Tennant and Barkly region. So locally, there's a very, very clear, demonstrable push to make sure that any of these investors who look to do business in the Territory understand very, very clearly that a requirement is that they engage with local businesses as well. And we're doing work with our local businesses to ensure that they're ready for those opportunities as they arise.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Arnhem.
Thank you, Chair. Sound like the member for Kramer should get an invite from his minister next time so he can attend for himself and see.
Just a correction for the teacher. My math was off.
I missed the third contribution. I did have some calculations.
$358,000, sorry.
What was the total? Sorry,
358.
358. Thank you. What was the third contributor? Sorry, I had NTG, Darwin Major Business Group, and you said a third one. I just missed
Partners in sponsorship.
it. So combined, anyone who attended, they might have paid an info stall kind of fee, or
Sponsorship from interested parties. So I can give you an example.
thank you. That would be helpful.
Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund were one of them.
And what was the amount for that? Like the global for
That was the main. They took up most of the 20,000.
20. Thank you. Yeah, I missed that. So I did trust your early figure, but thank you for being honest and updating it. We appreciate it.
I thought I might get a minus D or something for my assignment for getting my math wrong.
You've done a good job. Thank you. Minister, former Federal Treasurer and former Ambassador to the United States, Mr. Joe Hockey, was one of the headline speakers at the summit. What did Mr. Hockey bring to the event?
Member for Arnhem, are you asking for an opinion, or are you asking if? Can you just reframe that question?
Yeah.
What did he bring to the event?
What value add did Mr. Hockey provide for the Investment Summit event, with the total of up to $358,000 for the summit?
Aside from an opinion about the fact that he was a pretty amazing speaker, I think the value add was that for our businesses who were in the room, for the investors who were in the room, he gave a very clear articulation of what the opportunities were. He was very clear about. I'm having to think back now. It was nearly a year ago, so forgive me. He gave very clear guidance around if you want to do business in particular areas, for example, data centres, what the critical elements were. He was very clear on the opportunities between our trading partners and how we needed to make sure that we were very clear that what sort of business we were looking for and what the investment structures would be. And the reality is he has three decades or so of experience and networking into sectors that created opportunities for introductions for a number of the people who were at the investment summit, which I think they would have found invaluable. Again, that's an opinion, so not speaking on behalf of them, but he's also an investor in his own right. And so having him in the room and showing him what the territory has to offer hopefully will have tweaked his interest in actually looking to invest in some of the work that's being done here as well.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate your response. And I know that it obviously was in July last year, 2025, but within the estimates reporting period. Did you take an opportunity to meet with Mr. Hockey while he was in Darwin, or do you know if any of your colleagues, NT government ministers, took the opportunity to meet with Mr. Hockey?
I can tell you for certain that there was a lunch put on by the Darwin Major Business Group where they invited a number of interested parties, and I was at that particular luncheon. There's possibly one other formal group that we'll just check that before I confirm that.
Oh, sorry, were you just checking?
Yeah, we'll just check. I didn't want to drop someone in it and say that they met with them if they didn't. So we're just confirming that. But, I mean, obviously he also would have organised his own agenda. There may be other people that he met with that we weren't directly involved in facilitating.
Thank you, Minister. And I'm not sure that the Minister's able to actually answer questions on behalf of other people, so we'll keep the line of questioning direct to the Minister's responsibilities. Member for Arnhem.
Thank you. And the reason I asked, Minister, is you'd be aware Mr. Hockey is a lobbyist and the founding partner of Bondi Partners. And while Bondi Partners Advocacy is listed as an NT lobbyist on the NT lobbyist register, one of the 26, Mr. Hockey himself is not listed as an authorised lobbyist. So given that there is a code of conduct, so I'd be very interested if there was a question on notice, if any other NT government ministers did meet with Mr. Hockey that was at a paid for and facilitated Northern Territory Investment Summit.
Just again, Member for Arnhem, Minister won't be able to provide information on behalf of other ministers about their meetings. That would be a question for each individual minister.
So the investment summit that was paid for by the minister's department, you're saying has no relevance in the question?
No, I'm saying
Chair.
individual meetings that may or may not have happened with other ministers are not the responsibility of this minister to know. So therefore, the question has to be directly related to the minister in front of you, not in relation to other ministers.
I can confirm that we did not organise any meeting specifically, and the meeting that the luncheon I attended was not organised by our department either.
Okay. All right, thank you. Minister, do you accept that, given that Mr Hockey did provide a keynote and there was the platform as a speaker at the Taxpayer-Supported Investment Summit, that itself is a significant form of access and influence and could be viewed as being a lobbyist?
No, I don't accept that. I think that there are many, many people who are employed and engaged to provide speaking engagements who cover a raft of industries, and I think that in this particular occasion he was identified as someone who had some valuable insight into what investment looked like and what the opportunities would be for the Territory, and that was what he delivered.
Thank you. Minister, before inviting Mr Hockey to headline the summit, did your department undertake any conflict of interest or lobbyist register checks, including whether Mr Hockey, his Bondi partners or any related entities had clients and interests within the Northern Territory?
As the member for Arnhem, Leader of the Opposition, would be aware, the advice in relation to the register that has been put in place by our government, which did not previously exist under previous governments, is that anybody who potentially is the lobbyist is notified of their requirement to register. And as you've already noted, he registered. He's registered on that. His company is registered on that list.
Minister, was your department aware that Bondi Partners Advocacy was listed on the NT Lobbyist Register when Mr Hockey was invited to speak and headline at the Investment Summit? And who authorised the invitation?
So as I've previously noted, the summit we provided grant funding, and they also provided their own source of funding, which is the Darwin Major Business Group, to actually put the summit on, and his involvement was a direct result of their engagement with him.
So with over 2/3 of the overall cost of the investment summit, there was no input from your department about who spoke or how the sessions were run for the investment summit. Just give a grant of $245,000 across and then wipe your hands of any responsibility or accountability in organising the summit.
Thank you for that. I think it was a question, I'm not really sure, but thank you for that, Leader of the Opposition. I'll just clarify, grant monies given in any circumstance are given to organisations and businesses to operate within a parameter. The Darwin Major Business Group had a parameter to conduct a successful investment summit, and they delivered exactly what they were engaged to do.
Thank you, Minister. And were there key performance indicators attached to that grant, and is it been acquitted?
So thank you again, Leader of the Opposition. As I've already stated, the agenda was, and the level of success of the summit was, one, getting people there who are critical and key proponents in their respective fields. I think we had a target of 150 participants. We exceeded that with 163 participants. We wanted to ensure that we had comprehensive engagement across the region. We did that by delivering 13 different countries' involvement into the summit. We made sure that the people who were in the room were the decision makers of their organisations, and as already noted, 68% of delegates were either C-suite executives or chairs of their organisation. So as the key indicators of whether or not we achieved our goal in the Investment Summit, that is absolutely the baseline there. And then on top of that, the work that has continued post the summit and the ongoing engagement and the number of projects that are being facilitated through the introduction of the Northern Territory to those 13 markets and to those 163 participants, many of whom who had never been to the Northern Territory before, which was quite terrifying to be honest, that we had an environment of people with money to invest who had never even considered coming to the Territory, which indicates a lack of promotion of the Territory previously into those particular spaces. I think that by anybody's measure, the Investment Summit was well worth the money that was invested in it and is absolutely delivering, as I noted before, pipelines to millions and millions of dollars of investment for the Northern Territory, which is unprecedented.
Thank you, Minister. How much was Mr. Hockey paid to speak at the event?
Again, the Leader of the Opposition, the Darwin Major Business Group, run the event. They had the budget. They were asked to deliver a successful investment summit. They were told what our key objectives were, which was to get the right people in the room. And so really, I can't answer the specifics of that particular question.
Thank you. Through the chair. Minister, I'm hoping you're appreciating my line of questioning in terms of NT government taxpayer dollars being used to assist in a successful summit, as you've said, but in noting that Mr. Hockey is not an individual listed on the NT lobbyist register. His company is, but not him himself. So were there any checks and balances to ensure that there were no processes, informal discussions, advocacy for Bondi partner clients and any other commercial interests that Mr. Hockey may have had access to throughout the summit?
I'm just going to interfere just for one moment. You seem to be repeating the same question that's already been responded to. Mr. Hockey's company was listed on the lobbyist register, and the Minister has actually already responded saying that the Darwin Major Business Group were the ones who actually contracted that job out. So I think you're repeating your line of questioning in different ways, but looking for the same sort of answer. So you might want to rephrase your question or take a different line of questioning.
Thank you, Chair. I do understand when the Minister responds, I don't need it be repeated back at me. The question, if you didn't listen, was specifically a different question. Were there checks and balances, asking the Minister, for the taxpayer-funded dollars, 2/3 of the investment summit, to ensure that whilst the unregistered individual on the lobbyist was not able to use his position at the majority taxpayer-funded summit to gain access to and to lobby in his own right, aside from Bondi Partners?
Thank you again, Leader of the Opposition. As you would probably be aware, given you seem to have done a little bit of research around Joe Hockey, perhaps, I don't know, maybe you're interested in engaging him in the future. But Mr. Hockey is listed as a speaker for major events as a separate entity to what he might do on a day-to-day business. As you've already noted in your previous commentary, he's a previous member of a previous Liberal government federally. He was Treasurer. He has a reputation that is much bigger than what one of the companies he may be involved with is doing. And clearly the Darwin Major Business Group considered that having him participate and sharing his knowledge and understanding of the critical importance of trade and investment and the opportunities, for example, that may arise in dealing with the United States, dealing with defence, looking at how those opportunities might be progressed for the Northern Territory. Darwin Major Business Group clearly believed that his value add was significant, and I can tell you categorically that everybody who attended the summit, who listened to him and were able to take on board his clear messaging about what the important things are to do when you're actually progressing your territory to make sure that your economy is growing, what the pitfalls are that you need to be aware of, and what the opportunities are that you need to progress.
Thank you, Minister. So nothing formally from your department as a checks and balance. That's my last question on that one, Chair.
I don't think there was a question there, Member for Arnhem.
The question I asked before, which you answered, was my last question on that line of questioning, Chair.
So we're moving on?
You know. Yes.
Yep. Okay, do we have any more questions on the opening statement? No more questions on the opening statement?
Sorry, I do, actually.
Member for Karama?
Yeah.
You just turned it off.
Sorry. I think you did raise in your opening statement, you touched on the approvals task force, Minister, and I understand that today marks the 11 months since the government received recommendations from that task force, saying yes to business report. In the reporting period, can you update the committee on how many recommendations have actually been implemented?
Thank you for the question, Member for Karama. I'm sure you appreciate the approvals red tape task force had a very big job, and we were really excited to give an opportunity to business to look at what we do and how we do it and how we could do things better. And altogether, that particular task force made 70 recommendations to government, 60 of which were accepted immediately, and 10 of which were taken on in principle. 48 of those commitments were recommendations were committed to be completed by, I think it's the 17th of July off the top of my head, and all of them have been implemented. For our particular department, we had 4, all of which have been completed, and much to the delight, particularly of those organisations where we have significantly reduced the red tape. For example, in our real estate agents legislation, we've made it so that licensing can be for more than just 1 year on year, so they have the opportunity to renew their license, do their licence and registrations for 1, 3 or 5 years. We've also expanded that to include their agent representatives, who were treated quite differently under the previous legislation. We've made sure that we've made life a little bit easier for our not-for-profit sector and our community organisations who operate under our Associations Act, so that they too have much clearer and less red tape to deal with. And so we're very pleased with the work that's been done. There's still some more work to do, and in the process of implementing the red tape task force recommendations, we stumbled across a few other things that probably could do with a little bit of a tidy up and a clean up, and we're committed to doing that before the end of the year.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Casuarina.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, we know that migration to the Northern Territory presents significant strategic opportunities for migrants to contribute to the Territory's economic and social development. Can you please outline the process by which applicants receive nomination and approval for their visa, and what assessments has been made of the economic contribution of visa holders to the Northern Territory?
Thank you for the question, Member Casuarina, and I trust and hope that your experience when you came to our shores was a positive one, because that's the goal of everything that we do when we look at attracting particularly skilled migration to the Northern Territory and also our international students, because we really need to make sure that we make the experience so beneficial to them and so attractive to them that they make the decision to make the Northern Territory their home well into the future. We have been able to estimate that each skilled migrant who comes to the Northern Territory contributes on average $108,000 per annum to our gross regional product, which is around an estimated $1.4 billion economic contribution between 2021 and 2027. So it's a massive, massive contribution that is made by these people, not just in delivering work skills to our businesses that currently they are not able to attract from within Australia, but also the fact that they come here, they spend money here, they rent houses here, they pay taxes here. That's a very, very solid contribution that they make. And so it's really critical for the Northern Territory that we continue to advocate for our migration strategy, because we know, as I mentioned in my opening statement, we're going to need about 10,000 new workers by 2030 to realise the potential of a number of the projects that are underway. And logically, as we grow our internal workforce, where we actually encourage our young people into trade sectors and further education to be able to fill those roles into the future, we still need to deliver them now. So skilled migration is really critical. And we are able to actually work with many businesses to make sure that they access. We have the best Dharma agreement in the country. We are the envy of many other jurisdictions as to the level of skills that we have had included in our Dharma agreement, and the success rate of our businesses in attracting those workers here. We also have temporary arrangements in place for migration, skilled workforce in our PALM scheme. So we have many people who come here to work from Pacific Islands and Timor-Leste, which is a really important support to our near neighbours in terms of assisting them with upskilling their workforce and contributing back into their economy. So it's a very, very important part of who we are and what we do. It creates this wonderful multicultural community that we have, and we want to make sure that we send the message very loudly and very clearly to anybody who's considering migrating to Australia that the Northern Territory is the place they need to come, and we will do everything in our power to make their transition into our community as smooth as possible, and we welcome their willingness to invest in our territory as well.
Follow-up question, please,
Member
Chair.
for Karama.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the migration aspect, Minister, but particularly the visa process. Now, the visas, my understanding, is actually issued by the Australian government, federal government. So that covers skilled workers. It also covers student visas, etc., and so on. And we do have some difficulties on some of those aspects. What has been your efforts to lobby the Australian government to create a visa situation that addresses the situation of the Northern Territory, which is different to maybe, what's happening in the eastern states?
Thank you for the question, Member for Karama. So there's been quite a substantial amount of work done within that particular area to ensure that the federal government, who you're right, do have the final say in how many visas are processed each year, how many visas are issued, of really advocating the Territory's position and the need for that increased migration into what is one of our most regional and remote areas. I'm really pleased to say that the federal government ministers and senators who are responsible for migration understand very clearly the challenges that are faced by the Northern Territory. They're particularly concerned that there has been delays in processing visas that have been approved particularly through our General Skill Migration, our Dharma program. They've made a commitment to clear the backlog over the next 12 to 18 months. And I was at a meeting just recently in Melbourne to the Migration Roundtable, where they were able to report that they decreased wait times down from just on 2 years down to 18 months, and they're progressing that through much more quickly. That does present a challenge, though, when we are competing with a political environment on the East Coast where many people feel that there are too many migrants. But we have advocated we are a Category 3 region in terms of migration, and we're advocating for very specific rules and visa processes for Category 3 regions. So the whole of the Northern Territory is Category 3 and some parts of Queensland and WA, and they too are advocating with us. And I think that with a little bit more lobbying, dare I use the word, given the previous conversation, of the federal government, we will actually achieve some traction into that area and really look to having visas that are specific and only for the Northern Territory, that improve the stickiness of people who come on those visas, and really ensure that we see that investment that we get and the input of financial benefit into the Northern Territory from our skilled migrants grows into the future. We indicated that we've had some challenges in the last 12 months, but we're working really, really hard to overcome that and continue to advocate with the Australian government to make sure that we get our share of what we need to make sure that we can deliver, not just for the Northern Territory, but for Australia more broadly.
Sorry, my microphone. Are there any other questions on the opening statement? Member for Johnston?
Thank you. Just please, Minister, let me know if this is against the opening statement or not. It's on behalf of the member for Mooka. It may be under 1.1. Minister, for the reporting period, how much grant funding has the NT government allocated to support businesses in homelands?
I'm not sure that we touched on this
I'm not sure
in the
either.
opening
So
statement, but
I'm
if you can,
happy to leave
if you
it for
can
the
let us know
output.
what output group that might fit in.
It won't be too far into the agenda, I think, Member for Johnston.
Okay, I'll
So potentially we'll check again in 1.1 and see if
Perfect.
that fits
Thank
there.
you. Yep.
Are there any other questions on the opening statement? No. Okay. That concludes questions on the opening statement. The committee will now consider estimates of proposed expenditure contained in the Appropriation Bill 2026-27 as they relate to the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations. Are there any agency-related whole-of-government questions on budget and fiscal strategies?
Yes.
Member for Arnhem.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, your department is responsible for procurement policy and reform. What percentage of NT government procurement spend went to territory businesses in the estimates reporting period?
Thank you for the question, Member. I keep trying to decide what to... Member for Arnhem, Leader of the Opposition, all of the above. One of the critical elements to answer this question is that we reviewed the Tier 1 and Tier 2 levels under procurement in our first tranche of procurement reforms, specifically so we could actually get far better usage of local business and territory businesses, because the previous tiers had made it a little challenging. So we raised the Tier 1 and Tier 2 levels so that we could actually make it easier for territory businesses to compete in what had previously been a fairly cumbersome process. And what we can tell you is that during the reporting period, if we look at Tier 2, above Tier 2, which is 200,000 and above. Up to 200, so over 50,000, up to 200,000. There was a total of 603 procurements by the Northern Territory government, which resulted in 844 contracts with a total value of $1.045 billion. And of those, 69% valued at $880 million, so 84% of the total spend, were awarded to territory enterprises.
Thank you. I appreciate all the detail. Minister, so does that mean that the remaining percentage went interstate or overseas? And if there's two in that category, what would that breakdown be for the remaining 31%?
So the work has been done to really... So we have the Territory Procurement Champion that we introduced, and the the majority of the work that he's been doing in this initial period is dealing with making sure that we get that right where we can, and there's been a very significant uptake. But generally speaking, for the jobs that don't get done in the Territory, it's because it's either not available here, it's not available to scale here, or it's just a product that we're not able to provide here. So one of the things that we're doing using the ICNNT is monitoring where work does go outside of Territory borders to see if one of the reasons why those products aren't available here is that businesses in the Territory simply weren't aware that there was a market for them. And they've already identified some products. I don't have the specific details, but I have had an anecdotal discussion about this, was where they've gone, oh, we know a company who could do that, and we can now tell them that there's a scale that makes it viable, and they're working with them to be able to do that. So I'm really expecting an uplift in those percentages over the next 12 to 18 months. Some businesses, it will take them a little bit of time to actually be able to produce those particular products, but it's an absolute focus and a very clear message that's being given that Territory businesses must come first. And that there has to be a very good reason not to be purchasing locally.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate your fulsome response. With the tier system, did you say there was 5 tiers, Tier 1 to Tier 5?
No, there's 2. There's Tier 1 is up to 50,000.
Yeah.
Tier 2 is between 50 and 200,000, and then it's everything else.
So would that be classified as a Tier 3?
Over 200 is Tier 3.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's no Tier 4, no Tier 5. No. Okay, thank you. Can you provide any of the detail for the Tier 3? Maybe if you could just do it all in one lot, that would be helpful. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, that would be helpful. Thank you, Minister.
So Tier 1 is up to 50 and Tier 2 is up to 200. And so the requirements of purchasing under those 2 tiers we've reduced red tape where we can to make it a simpler process. So there are 5 tiers altogether. So Tier 3 is 200,000 to 500,000, which requires an open public tender process, which is managed by the usual process. And then Tier 4, which is $500,000 to $5 million, which is a major procurement, again requiring a public tender. And then Tier 5, which is $5 million and above, which is the very high value and complex procurement, which also requires a public tender.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought that was strange that we only heard the Tier 1 and Tier 2. Thank you, Minister, for that clarification. So is it possible to get a breakdown of the percentage of each of the 5 tiers that went to Territory businesses?
Sorry, Leader of the Opposition, can I just ask for clarification? You're just asking specifically for Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations procurement?
Yeah, just for your department. Unless you do collect for the other agencies, I'm happy to get all that detail as well.
So my understanding is there was a written question on this and the information was provided previously, but what I can tell you just as a summation is that around 15% is interstate and around 5% is, or less than 5% is international.
Thank you. And Minister, I assume your department is the one that deals primarily with any complaints received around procurement, and if so, how many complaints were received in the estimates period, reporting period, and how many of those complaints were upheld?
Just wondering if this sits within the line of questioning of budget and fiscal strategies, or if it needs to go to an output group.
To do with business procurement, output 1.1.
I can give you a broad response to that. We might need to just get the specific numbers, but yes, we do deal with that. And what we did was we implemented the Territory Procurement Champion so that we have an arm's length from government capacity to be able to deal with complaints, and so that people who are making those complaints feel very confident that it's not being influenced in any way. Basically what's happened to date is that this particular role identifies systemic issues in procurement and advises us with opportunities to improve the policy, practice and capability across all agencies. The exciting thing for business is that the procurement champion engages directly with them, so they know who they're dealing with and it's exactly what's going on. And since I can tell you this, since commencing, the Territory Procurement Champion has been actively engaging with business. So he hasn't been waiting for complaints to be made. He's actually gone out there and actively engaged with businesses. And to date, he's engaged with more than 140 businesses to get their feedback on how things are going and where improvement could be progressed. And we will use that to inform future procurement policy reform if it might be needed. We still also have the review board. The procurement review board is in place, so if there's an investigation that's undertaken and the parties disagree with the outcome, that can be submitted to the review board, which is under legislation. And so far, we can tell you that we've had an adjudication on 18 appeals during the reporting period. So most of the complaints that are raised directly are able to be resolved, often misunderstandings, miscommunications, but significant complaints, there's been 18 that have been dealt with by the review board.
Thank you, Minister. And the second half of that question was how many of those complaints of the 18 were upheld?
We'll take that for now and we'll see if we can get it to you before the end of the period.
Can I put that on notice, Chair, just so it doesn't get lost?
Absolutely. Could you restate the question for the record?
Thank you, Minister. Minister, of the 18 procurement complaints, how many were upheld?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member for Arnhem of the Minister is allocated the number 8.1. Member for Arnhem?
Sorry, 5 point? Thank you, 8.1. Thank you. Minister, that's impressive, obviously, with the procurement champion already engaging 140 businesses. You should chuck him in as the territory coordinator. He's only got a KPI of 120, so he's already smashing it out, and I believe he's had less time in the job than what the territory coordinator has.
Is there a question, Member Farnham?
There certainly is a question, Chair. How many contracts, Minister, have been changed or retendered because of any procurement concerns raised in the reporting estimates period?
So I can speak to our department, and the answer to that question would be none. If you wanted to know for any of the other departments, you would need to address that question to the specific departments.
Thank you, Minister. And have there been any reforms made following the Alice Springs and Darwin procurement roundtables, or has that been taken on board and tabled? Sorry, any reforms made following the Alice Springs and the Darwin procurement roundtables?
So thank you for the question. I'm going to stick with Member for Arnhem. Because it's right there. So it wasn't just, we didn't just have roundtables in Darwin and Alice Springs. We actually conducted meetings across the territory, particularly around procurement. So I was in Katherine, I was in Nhulunbuy. We talked to businesses right across the territory, plus our departmental team, wherever they had an opportunity to have a discussion around what challenges there were discussed. And certainly the very loud and very clear initial concern was the fact that most businesses we talked to were not of the view that there was a focus on buying locally, and they really struggled with that. So we made it very, very clear that that was the focus, and it was realised that one of the problems in that area was the tier levels in the lower tiers, because they were very low. So it put into a procurement process relatively small expenditures, which made it a little difficult for people to actually engage. So that was one of the reasons why we amended the tiers, raised Tier 1 to $50,000 and Tier 2 to between $50,000 and $200,000. There are a number of other areas that we continue to work on from feedback from those various forums, and that will be our Tranche 2 reforms, which are currently being developed. But generally that real, can we please make it easier to do those smaller jobs more quickly and have access to work that's being driven by government departments was very clearly the very loudest message that we got in those initial periods, and one of the quickest solutions to actually implement.
Thank you, Minister. I've got some questions about Safer Business Program. Would you prefer those in Output 1.1, or are you happy to take them now in the global?
Just before I go to that, Member for Arnhem, I now have an answer to the question that was on notice, if you go. So of the 18 appeals, 9 were upheld, so 50% were upheld.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, sorry, the question was Safer Business Program. Would you happy to take those now in global or in the next output? 1.1.
Next output would be great, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on budget and fiscal strategies for whole of government? No? No? Okay, that concludes consideration of agency-related whole of government questions on budget and fiscal strategies. The committee will now consider Output Group 1, Trade, Business and Asian Relations, Output 1.1, which is Business. Are there any questions? Member for Arnhem.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what is the Safer Business Program, and is this just a rebranding of the Biz Secure program under a new title?
So the program that you're talking about has only just recently been announced, and it's a new program going forward. So I'm not sure that it's relevant to this budget estimates. We can talk about the previous Biz Secure program.
So does Biz Secure exist anymore, Minister, or is that now one of the programs that's been null and void and it's been now changed to the Safer Business Program?
So Biz Secure as a program still currently exists. It doesn't formally finish until the end of the financial year. On the back of feedback that we've got from business and a whole other range of areas about where focus should be, there has been a development of a new program that's much broader than just putting security screens on windows. It's about creating safer environments, invigorating our public spaces and so on, which is the new program for next year. So Biz Secure as it currently exists is still being finalised and it will cease to exist on the 30th of June.
Thank you, Minister, for that clarification. And what's the total cost of the Biz Secure program in its current form?
So the total amount for the budget period is $1.65 million.
Thank you, Minister.
Are there any other questions on Output Group 1.1? Member for Johnston?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, on behalf of the member for Mulka, for the reporting period, how much grant funding has the NT government allocated to support businesses in homelands?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. On behalf of the Member for Mulka, I appreciate the question. Essentially, we take the approach that everybody is able to apply for assistance and grants. I have a regional breakdown, but it doesn't necessarily go into the granular detail of homelands versus regions. So I can talk about the regions, but not necessarily to that granular level of detail.
That would be appreciated if that data's there. Thank you.
So to the 31st of March, so the total amounts of grants paid to the Barkly region is $33,960. Big Rivers, $220,338. Central Australia, $343,891. Darwin, Palmerston and Litchfield, $1.485 million. East Arnhem, $75,105. Top End, $94,825. And then we have a group that's all of the NT, which is all of the other areas that aren't already accounted for, which is $180,307. And so the total for all regions across the territory as at the 31st of March is $2.434 million.
Thank you, Minister. And this, you may not have this data, may be too granular as well, but for the report, on behalf of the member for Mulka, for the reporting period, how many homeland-based businesses have received government support of any kind?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. Your presumption, as you ask that question, is correct. It's very granular detail, and it's not recorded in that way.
Is there a record of that anywhere that would be possible to get, or is that recorded anywhere, or?
Not in that manner, is my understanding. I'm advised that we recorded across regions, and there's around 5,000 businesses that we've engaged with. It's not to say that there won't be some businesses in homelands, but they may have been ramped up into the regional areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, it is 5 o'clock. We'll break for 10 minutes for a quick comfort break and return at 5:10. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We will continue with line of questioning on Output Group 1.1 business. Are there any further questions?
I had a question for 1.1.
Member for Casuarina?
Are we at 1.1.1? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Minister, I have a question about how is ICNNT helping territory businesses build capability, secure opportunities, and maximize local participation in major strategic projects?
Thank you, Member for Casuarina, and thank you for the question. I think I alluded before to just how important the ICNNT is in terms of being able to determine where we're spending money, how we're spending it, how much of the spend, particularly from government, stays in the territory and what we need to do to progress that, and how we actually convince investors in the territory that we have the skill sets and the base that they need to see their projects come to fruition. And having seen some of the similar ICN programs, organisations in other states and territories, I can, without any hesitation, say that we have the best ICN here in the Northern Territory, and the quality and calibre of the data is quite significant. So we provide them funding so that they can actually do the work to ensure that the procurement that happens externally to the Northern Territory Government in particular is able to be properly assessed, and where opportunities for investment come up. So, for example, I'm a big company and I'm thinking I want to do something in the Northern Territory. Does the Northern Territory have the capacity to actually do the work? I can go to ICNNT and say, okay, this is what I want to do. Who's here? Who can do it? And one of the things that they're working very hard on is, particularly for those large international organisations who might be used to being able to find one business or one group to do the one job they need doing, is explain and I guess to a degree educate some of these larger investors that here in the Territory we may have 4 or 5 businesses who can work together to deliver their project, and they're used to working together to deliver their project. So just because we don't have one very, very large producer, for example, of, I don't know, widgets that are blue, but together we can have 5 companies who can produce those widgets in the quantities that they need, that they then look to change their tendering arrangements so that our Territory businesses aren't excluded from the opportunity that's before them. So so the total funding to that organisation is around $1.35 million, and it's the data that they collect for us, as I said, is incredibly invaluable, and so Territory businesses register with them. They make sure that they keep their profiles up to date. So, for example, you might have a business who today does one particular area of manufacturing, but then decides to expand their footprint and does a whole other level of manufacturing. They update that, and then ICNNT know if someone's coming to the Territory and they're looking for that particular skill set, they can go, oh, you can go and see Joe Blow from this particular business, and they will be able to help you with that work. And we pay ICN so that NTG businesses can create a free profile, and so that they're not impeded in any way to be able to be in their front and centre when investors come looking to do business in the Territory.
Follow-up question, Chair.
Thank you. Member for Karama?
Just in regards to the ICNNT, but also with procurement and local content, does the ICNNT have a role in verifying whether there is local capability for procurement purposes? Because sometimes, you have to go interstate because people say there's no local businesses. Do they play a role in some of that verification process?
Thank you, Member for Karama. Yes, ICNNT they play a very critical role in that process. So, for example, if there's a government department who wants to purchase an item, they have to actually demonstrate that they have checked with ICNNT if they're looking to purchase it outside of the Territory, that item is not available in the Northern Territory. And it's one of the ways ICNNT gathers the data about where demand might be. And they have, in actual fact, found, particularly in one department where there were multiple divisions of that department looking to purchase a particular item, not realising that they were all purchasing the particular item. And so a local manufacturer said, well, if we need that many, then it's worthwhile us doing it. So it's a very important role. And so all departments are required to demonstrate that they can't purchase something in the Territory before they embark on an investigation of purchasing outside of the Territory.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on Output 1.1?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Member for Arafura? Arnhem?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Minister, the Anti-Aboriginal Affairs Framework Initiative 3 prioritised creating business and jobs on country, yet your government has phased out the Aboriginal Business Development Grant program. If jobs and business growth in the bush is a priority for your CLP government, why have you and your department scrapped the Aboriginal Business Development Grant program?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem, for the question. So one of the things that has become obvious is over time when grants are given in a fairly continual fashion, that you can lose the nuances that you need to make sure that the money is spent where it needs to be spent. So we've actually done a revision of all of the grants, and we've actually reframed how we're doing everything. And one of the areas that we're doing is we're having our business advocates who are working really closely with all business, including Aboriginal businesses, to make sure that they maximise all the opportunities that are available to them, and so that they are able to, and in some respects it's been in direct response to some of the feedback that we've had from a variety of Aboriginal businesses who felt that there has been a little bit of cladding done by other businesses and that they've missed out on opportunities. And so by actually creating that playing field where they can compete on their own merits, which most of them are more than capable of doing, and where they might need some assistance, the assistance is available to them, that there is actually really good results being achieved.
So, Minister, how much of the budget for your department with the Aboriginal Business Development Grant has been cut?
So thank you again, Member for Arnhem. The reality is that a significant proportion of grants that are available for Aboriginal businesses are Commonwealth grants, and there's significant investment in that area, and we work with all businesses, including Aboriginal businesses, to maximise their opportunities to be successful.
Were there any Aboriginal business development grants through the program issued through the reporting period?
So in terms of which businesses may have received them, I can't give you that detail, but we have the business growth grants that are available to all businesses in the Northern Territory.
Thank you, Minister. My question specifically, was there any Aboriginal business development grants issued through the program in the reporting period? Just looking for the number, not the names of the businesses.
So I can tell you that there was a total of $360,000 paid to assist Aboriginal businesses to achieve success.
Thank you. And how many business grants was that figure made up of out of the 360,000?
I don't have the breakdown of how many businesses were made up from those grants because they were done through a third party.
So you just provide the 360,000, but you don't know how many businesses that reached in terms of the number. Again, I'm not looking for the names.
As the member for Arnhem would know, in terms of reporting back, most of that is done in stages. So I don't think we would have report backs until the end of the financial year.
Thank you. Could I get that question on notice?
Could you restate the question for the record?
Thank you. Minister, how many Aboriginal businesses received the benefit of the $360,000 grant program through your department?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to note that we wouldn't necessarily be able to report back in the usual timeframe because most of these, the reporting period doesn't finish until later in the year, so we wouldn't actually have the data.
So member for Arnhem, I've got it confused now. Member for Arnhem, did you understand the context around that? So the reporting won't come back till the end of financial year.
And if a question's taken on notice, it's 30 days to answer, which then provides the department time after the end of the financial year, which is the 30th of June, and then a few weeks after that to provide the response to any questions taken on notice. I believe that's the process.
Sorry, member for Arnhem, responses for estimates process are due 13th of July. So
Yep, so after the end of the financial year,
Yeah.
which is the 30th of June, 2026.
Thank you, Member for Arnhem and Chair. The acquittal processes are beyond 13 July, so we wouldn't have it by that date.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
I think the answer is no. That's not a question that can be taken on notice within the reporting
Yeah,
period.
I understand. Thank you, Chair. Minister, the Northern Territory Government's own Aboriginal Affairs Framework, Initiative 3, talks to create jobs and businesses on country. This, I believe, is an internal document for all NT government agencies. Minister, can you please advise the committee how much of your department's budget has been allocated to this initiative, initiative number 3?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem, for the question. So the advice is that we embed the framework, thank you, into everything that we do. And if we want to talk about specifics, I can give you a couple of examples. So the department supported the Tiwi Islands Training and Employment Board to develop the Tiwi Islands Community Workforce Plan, which was launched in October 2025. It's a 3-year plan with a really strong focus on developing local job opportunities for Tiwi people. We work really hard to make sure that we've engaged with over 1,300 businesses for the reporting period and delivered work around flexible skills and training response programs. Some of those would include, and we make sure that that's embedded into the framework, and the objective of actually creating opportunities was embedded in that. The training programs were delivered in Darwin, Palmerston and Jabiru, and included crime prevention through environmental design, digital marketing, automate to elevate, and using artificial intelligence to streamline business and financial literacy. So each of those have the framework objectives embedded in them because everything that we do is focused on that. There's a very, very strong focus from the department generally of creating employment opportunities for Indigenous young people in particular, because obviously that is the answer to many of the challenges in some of our more regional areas. We've engaged in East Arnhem. We engaged 8 East Arnhem communities and regional centres, supported 183 local businesses through their coordinated engagement and capability initiatives. We established the East Arnhem Business Hub as a central access and coordination platform for business stakeholders and government. Implemented the East Arnhem Business Support Pathway 2026, which strengthened referral pathways and access to providers. Delivered in delivered in the Barkly Regional Engagement and Service Delivery with 369 businesses, making sure during the reporting period, making sure that there was a focus on business advice and support, workforce development and coordination with local stakeholders. We had took part in the Barkly Careers Expo in September 2025, which had 30 exhibitors and more than 200 participants, which were supporting the connections between job seekers, students, employers, training providers and service organisations, most of which in that region obviously have a very strong focus on ensuring that the principles in the framework are actually adhered to. There was also a coordination of 2 Barkly Training, Employment and Education Network meetings to progress training with partners towards a Barkly training calendar. And, excuse me, in Central Australia, we conducted 1,115 business engagements across the region during the reporting period. We actively supported the Alice Springs Summer Crime Reduction Strategy, assisting 149 with included the completion of 149 business surveys, promoted the new online business safety and security checklist, supported the Southern Region Emergency Operations Centre, and presented to the NT Women in Construction Forum on the procurement reform, so with a particular focus on creating opportunities for our regional and remote communities. So everything that we do has that framework embedded in it, and everything that we do as we move out into communities and talk to different businesses and talk to different communities is able to be adapted as needed for the particular areas.
Thank you, Minister. With any of the end of financial year grant recipients, will they be published in the department's annual report as per normal practice?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. I'm advised the answer to that question is yes.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can you provide a breakdown of Aboriginal procurement expenditure by your agency in the reporting period for 2025 to 2026?
Sorry, Member for Arnhem, just clarifying that we don't actually do a lot of external procurement within the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations, and so we would be working with a small number of businesses who we would then have to go to try and extract what their involvement is in that area, which is probably not feasible to actually produce a report.
In terms of like direct procurement from your agency, is that what you're saying?
That's correct, yeah.
And then if there was any sort of global procurement, that would be run through, I'm assuming, Department of Chief Minister and Cabinet on behalf of NT Government. Is that correct?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. Every agency does its own procurement, so we don't actually keep that information centrally. We're responsible for creating what you should be doing and how you do it, but then the execution and the monitoring of that is a department by department responsibility.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. That's why I asked specifically only for your agency, not globally to any other agency. I do understand that. Minister, why has the Northern Territory Indigenous Business Network now moved office from Development House on the Esplanade?
Thank you for the question, Member for Arnhem. The answer is quite simple. We ran out of space for our team and we needed to actually make sure that we get as many of our team into the one space as possible.
Thank you, Minister. So does that mean that that floor will be filled with Department of TBAR, your agency staff?
That is definitely my understanding and has been my request. Thank you, Member for Arnhem.
Thank you, Minister. And is there a cost of the move for NTIBN out of that space?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. The NTIBN were tenants under a peppercorn lease. So their tenancy actually expired at the end of March, but we extended that to the end of June to provide them some additional time, and we haven't enforced a requirement for them to make good, which can be quite expensive for a tenant occupancy.
So in terms of being able to support the removalists out, etc., that's being covered by NTIBN or the department?
That would be an operational expense for the organisation. It's fairly standard practice that operational expenses for any organisation are met by the organisation.
Thank you. And Minister, what was the cost of the peppercorn lease for NTIBN in Development House?
Sorry, Member for Arnhem. Most peppercorn leases, in my experience with government, are $1, but we can check that and verify that for you.
Thank you. Can I get that on notice?
Yep. Member for Arnhem, can you please restate the question for the record?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what was the cost of the peppercorn lease for the Northern Territory Indigenous Business Network at Development House?
Minister.
Sorry, Chair, I've just been advised that it's not actually something that we managed and oversaw. It's managed by DCDD through the Northern Territory Property Management. So it doesn't sit with our department, but just from my personal experience, that's generally what it is.
Thank you. I accept that. Thanks, Chair.
So, yeah. Member for Arnhem, any further questions? Are there any other questions on output 1.1? No, okay, that concludes consideration of output 1.1. The committee will now move on to output 1.2, which is workforce and population. Are there any questions? Member for Arnhem.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, did the government have a population growth target for the reporting period? And if so, what was the target and was it met?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. There's not a specific target for population growth, but what we can report is that the population is growing in the latest data that was available to us, which was, as you'll appreciate, this data is often a little bit behind the current period. So what I can tell you is that as at September 2025, the year end, the period September 24 to September 2025, the growth was 1.4%. So there has been a growth.
Thank you, Minister. And understanding that you've said that there is no specific target, is the indication just the percentage? Is that all that you measure when we talk about growth population?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. So the conversation and the discussion that comes from the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations is about growing the workforce and them coming with them, and in doing so, they by connection grow the population.
Thank you, Minister. So you're also, obviously, that portfolio, international education, migration and population, so there's no target set for yourself in the department around monitoring that?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. There's not a specific target set by the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations. My understanding is that my recollection is that there is a broader government agenda of growing the population. I just need to clarify what that is. In my head, I think I know what it is, but I don't want to give you the incorrect information. I'll just check and I'll get back and I'll let you know.
Are you talking about like checking now, or do you want to take it on? Okay.
Member for Arnhem, we might check in before the end of this output group to see if they can answer that question.
Yeah, normally you just take it on notice, and if they can answer, then they'll answer.
I think the Minister says she's just got to double check a certain thing, so she'll come back. Member for Arnhem, do you have any further questions?
Oh, I'm just waiting for the check.
will come back before the end of the output group.
But that's not normally how questions are.
Done
So
that
you either get the
previously. Member
response.
for Arnhem, I'm the chair. We've done that previously in this sittings,
You're making
and that's
up
what
your
we're going
own
to do.
rules
That's
in
what
the
I'm making a
process
call
of
on.
being a chair.
Member for Arnhem, that's the call that we're doing at the moment. So do you have any further questions on output group 1.2?
Yes, I do.
Continue.
Minister, does the government have any workforce attraction targets, including targets for skilled workers, interstate migration, overseas migration or regional workforce growth?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem, for the question. So, as I indicated in my opening statement, the overall need by 2030 is an additional 10,000 workers across a range of areas. The work that we're doing is really to look to target to attract skilled workforce, not just internationally, but from the rest of Australia, to encourage people to move to the Northern Territory and enjoy the amazing lifestyle that we have and the opportunities that we have. So we're targeting through study, training, attraction, retention initiatives to supporting them. It's one of the reasons why we have implemented what is the best home owner grant scheme in the country, to say to people, you come, you live, you work in the Northern Territory, your dream of home ownership will be much closer. It's also one of the reasons why we've enabled that grant to be available to permanent residents, which is quite unique in this country. Usually they're excluded from those types of schemes. Our Global Worker Attraction Program is an absolute key government initiative to support the workforce supply. We want to make the Territory the destination of choice for skilled workers, and making sure that we have a sustainable workforce pipeline for the Territory businesses. And again, promoting our lifestyle advantages and employment opportunities and long-term career prospects as part of that. We've held a number of very active engagements in the last few months. So in July 2025, we had the New Zealand NT Job Expo, which included on-the-ground information sessions in both Christchurch and South Auckland. One of the things that's attractive about New Zealand is we don't have the same challenges around the need for visas to be granted to that particular workforce. It makes it a very fluid workforce, and one that's very easily able to be transitioned into the Northern Territory. We've also had the work done around the services that are available, and the engagement with industry in that NT Jobs Expo is an indication of just how important and what a good opportunity that many of the businesses around the Territory consider it to be. So whilst the work was led by our Office of Workforce Development, there was representations from Hospitality NT, NT Council of Social Services, Primary Health Network, ICT NT, motor traders, civil contractors, a whole range of people, Chamber of Commerce, who actually went, this is where we need to go to attract our workers. Other departments also attended that particular expo, knowing that it was a very good source, for example, for the Department of Corrections and NT Police Force, and it was a very successful recruitment program, as I've been advised. There was over 1,400 people who attended the event, and the office continued to work closely with the internal and stakeholders to affect the transition and realisation of the people who expressed an interest in there. I talked in my opening statement about the Worker Connect platform, which is a free platform for businesses to register, and currently has 21,000 job seekers registered, which is incredibly exciting. It's a fantastic resource for our businesses to be able to get access to the skill sets they need. They can put in there what they're looking for, and it will deliver them the registered people, and at least half of those people also have their CVs uploaded, so they can straight away see what the opportunities are. And we will continue to do that. We also have programs being conducted this year in the UK, Ireland, and again to New Zealand, and we've delivered some very successful online activities into, I'll get this right, South Africa. Yes, where we broke the platform. There were so many people who dialed in initially to get that information. So. And the team are in Melbourne this week, I'm told, trying to convince Victorians as they're freezing their bottoms off that they should come to the Northern Territory where it's much nicer. So we have a situation in Australia where there are a number of industries that are shutting down, where there are workforces that are being dislocated, and we are making sure that we tell the story that they can come to the Northern Territory and have not just good job prospects for themselves but also for their partners and a wonderful lifestyle for their families. So we have a very clear strategy around what we need to do to grow the workforce, and we're working very closely with industry to make sure we have a very clear idea of what it is that they need and that we can deliver on that. We've developed and a soon-to-be announced workforce strategy that is quite unique in that it's not just looking at government need, it's looking at industry need as well as the not-for-profit sector. So everybody's been consulted, everybody's had an opportunity to say where they feel the gaps are and what needs to be done to make them successful into the future.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Arnhem?
Nat, just waiting for my answer from the other question.
Are there any other questions on output 1.2? Yes. Member for Casuarina?
Thank you,
so
Chair.
because I didn't want to give you the wrong steer. So the target is 4,000 a year increase. It's the aim that's been set, including a net migration of at least 1,300 each year. And so the achievement of the 1.3% in growth was reported in the ComSec report. It's the ComSec report, I think, which indicated that we are on track to be able to deliver our agenda for growing the population.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Casuarina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, NT-Bill provides a portable long service leave scheme for the construction industry, ensuring the transportability of entitlements across employers and covered by NT-Bill. This is a great initiative to maintain our workforce and population steady or grow. Could you please provide any data on the scheme's performance, including the most recent levy rate settings?
Forgot to push my button, sorry. Thank you, Member for Casuarina. You're right, the NT Build scheme is an incredible success story for our construction industry. It's the portable long service leave scheme, which was implemented a number of years ago, provides long service leave to an industry where there is a lot of movement between businesses and a lack of ability for many workers who work in the building industry to have employment with one employer for a long period of time. So it's administered by a registrar who is appointed by the board who oversees that, and the board meets and monitors the operation of the legislation. It's the payment. So just to give you an idea of the work that they do and the success of the scheme, is that as at March 31st, there was 704 benefit claims to workers paid, totaling $5.48 million, with there's 10,667 active worker registrations and 809 registered employers. So it shows a really strong uplift by employers seeing that this is a very important scheme that they participate in. And there's $103 million in funds that are managed through a funds manager. The fund manager is Jana. They collect levies that reinvest into the scheme. So to March 31 of this year, just under $2.1 million in levies were collected, and the levies are collected from projects that are over $1 million in value. The scheme is regularly is audited every year independently by a skilled auditor who has an understanding of how these schemes are intended to work, and is being closely monitored to ensure that the contributions that are being requested from the building sector will meet the needs into the future. And they're in the process of implementing a new information system to modernise some aspects of their operation, which will occur in the next financial year. It's a very robust scheme, and I can tell you it's to the envy of a number of jurisdictions interstate because of the way it's been established independent of government. It's meant that businesses that are involved in federal government or NT government projects don't have that conflict by being part of a scheme that is managed by the people that they're working for. I know that there was a significant issue for the businesses that were involved in the recent Western Sydney airport development, where because it was a Commonwealth project, they weren't able to make contributions to their scheme from that project because the Commonwealth government couldn't make contributions to its own scheme. So it's a really efficient scheme. It's very well supported by the building sector. It's been it has union representation on the board, so it's very representative of workers' needs as well. And I think the fact that the money has been paid in the way it has is testament to the fact that it's an effective process.
Thank you. Member for Cromer.
Minister, one of the incentives for local business to retain and grow their workforce was the announcement by the Treasurer, I think back in 2025, about the payroll tax amendments, which I think came into effect around the 1st of July 2025. From your perspective, what feedback has the government received from territory businesses about the impact of lifting the payroll tax-free threshold from 1.5 million to 2.5 million?
Thank you, Member for Karama, for the question. I can tell you that the businesses that we talk to have been incredibly welcoming of the raising of the tax-free threshold, and particularly welcome of the fact that trainees and apprentices were excluded from the tax-free threshold because it enabled them to really be able to grow their businesses without impacting negatively their capacity to employ more staff. So before the changes were implemented, a number of businesses that we spoke to indicated that they were basically at a threshold point where if they grew their businesses more, they would risk significant hikes in their payroll tax requirements. There were businesses who were reluctant to take on trainees and apprentices for the very same reasons, because those wages were also allocated into the total for their payroll tax payments. And those changes have actually created an incredible opportunity, not just for the businesses, but for our young Territorians who are looking to take a pathway into an apprenticeship or to a traineeship, and they now have the opportunity to actually engage in businesses and work while they're learning and studying, while the business is able to actually then grow their own workforce. So the changes were incredibly well received. They've had a very, very positive impact on businesses, particularly our small businesses. And 96% of the businesses in the Northern Territory are small to medium. So any assistance that can be given to them to secure their future is something that we absolutely will look at. And any opportunity we have to encourage businesses to actually create training and apprenticeship opportunities for our kids is also something that's critical. And these changes in the payroll tax delivered both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any other questions on 1.2? No further questions. This concludes consideration of Output 1.2. The committee will now consider Output 1.3, Trade and Investment. Are there any questions? Member for Arnhem.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, in responses to written question 223, for each interstate and international trip you've taken in the reporting period, does the information provided in your written answers include the full cost of staff travel for every trip?
Sorry, Member for Arnhem, can I just clarify, is it question 223 or question 23?
223.
We have a question 23 in relation to travel.
It was provided from CM&C as a whole of government question, and it went to each minister and their office.
So I'm happy just to go through each of the travel lines that I've undertaken. You want all the travel for the whole year, whether staff were involved or not?
Yeah, I've got it. It says traveller and it just says Minister Cahill. It doesn't have advisor or staff member. So I'm just wanting to know if they did include staff members or where their staff travel is reported if it's not in the written response.
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. I don't have the response in front of me, so I'm a little bit at sixes and sevens to know
Are
whether
you
what
happy
you...
to take it in notice?
Yeah,
then?
I'll take it on notice and I'll just see if I can get a copy and I can tell you.
thank
I have details of my travel, but I don't have details of the specific answer that you've got.
Yeah, just as an example, just so you understand where the line of questioning is, the Energy Exchange Australia trip, which specifically had you as minister and advisor, but all other trips that are listed in the written response only have Minister Cahill. So just wondering where the differentiation is for the staff travel versus minister and staff.
So what I can tell you is that my recent international travel did not involve advisors, so there was no staff. I can tell you that the...
just officials, does that mean minister? So no advisors, staff in terms of your ministerial office, just officials from the department? So it's obviously separate costings then.
Yeah, so for my specific travel costs for my ministerial travel, that means that I travelled without an advisor, so just travelled independently. In addition, that the departmental travel is separate to that. I don't. Yeah, so just for me.
Thank you. So Minister, I'll just ask that first one as a question on notice, and then I'll go through a couple of the trips that we just wanted to question.
Member for Arnhem, could you please restate the question for the record?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, for each interstate and international trip you have taken in the reporting period, does the information provided in written question 223 include the full cost of staff travel for every trip?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member for Arnhem of the minister has been allocated the number 8.2. Member for Arnhem.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, were staff or advisors present on the Dili trip to Timor-Leste?
Yes.
Thank you. And where would their travel breakdown be found? It's not listed on 223.
Sorry, can I just clarify, Member for Arnhem, are you talking about ministerial staff or are you talking about departmental staff?
Ministerial staff / advisor.
I just have to have a question in relation to this because I'm just wondering whether or not if the previous question taken on notice interferes with this question, because if you're asking if 2.223 included staff and now you've asked again whether that trip included staff in relation to what was listed in 223?
Yeah. Does information provided in written questions include the full cost of staff?
Kind of feel like it's the same question just in relation to a specific piece of travel.
So if we just take that on notice for now, and I'll just get a copy of that, I don't actually have that in my, because it was the Department of Chief Minister and Cabinet, so information was provided to them, but I don't have the detail of that either. So I feel that it was a question that should have been asked to the Department of Chief Minister and Cabinet, but I'll see if we can get a copy of that particular question.
Thank you.
Member, can you please repeat the question for the record?
Of the second question? Yep. Minister, were staff or ministerial staff or advisors present on the Dili trip? And you said yes. And if so, where would we find the travel breakdown for that, for those advisors or staff on the trip?
Minister, do you accept the question?
So I've just had clarification that question 223 was to the Chief Minister's office and they have all that detail. I can tell you what my travel was specifically, but I don't have the breakdown because the ministerial staff don't work to me, obviously, they work to the Chief Minister, so all that detail was in the question to the Chief Minister.
Yeah, understand. I have all of yours here listed and we've taken it out in a table by table line. So just going to an earlier question where there was a cancelled trip that had yourself and an advisor listed on the trip, but then all the other trips that obviously that went ahead only have yourself listed.
So the information that you have in that table then would be my travel.
Yeah, so where would staff travel be found, those who are working as your advisors in your
The
office?
staff travel would be found in the Department of Chief Minister because that's where it sits.
All right, so separately, not attached to your office. Minister, in terms of your travel, was there any official allowances that were paid? That column is blank in every single one of your responses or the department's response on your behalf.
That's correct, Member for Arnhem, because I made a personal decision that I would not spend taxpayer monies anywhere that I didn't have to, and I have never claimed an official allowance on any of my international or my travel. Yeah.
Thank you. So that explains why each column is blank. Thank you very much, Minister. And Minister, in terms of any of the written answers, if there was no travel allowance paid, just making sure that is separate in terms of the staff. If they were entitled to and claiming travel allowance, that would then come through the global CM&C bucket as opposed to Minister Cahill office bucket. Sorry, is that correct?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. That is my understanding.
Thank you. And there's one trip there listed, Minister, on an overnight trip to Catherine on the 1st of December 2025, where there is no expenses for accommodation. Just wondering if that's an error or did you have private accommodation supplied?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. It's because I didn't stay overnight.
Oh, okay, just a day trip. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I got distracted talking over here. Are there any other questions on output 1.2? No.
Sorry, that was 1.3.
It was 1. No, it was 1.3. Sorry,
What?
it was trade and
I have a
investment.
question on 1.3.
Nah, we've gone over it.
I
We've got lots
haven't
of people. We've got
closed it off.
hard-working public servants
Member for
outside.
Gwadja, member for Karama.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, we all know the importance of reliable air services to the Territory's trade and investment performance. What action have you and the Department continued to progress to strengthen aviation connectivity, be it internationally, domestically, and importantly within the Territory?
Thank you, Member for Karama. So it's an area of great passion, I think, for all Territorians, because we know that living as far away as we do from pretty much everywhere, it's always a challenge. So it's been an absolute priority to continue working with our domestic partners to ensure that we have connectivity through the Northern Territory to the rest of Australia, and also that we have connectivity internationally. And a number of routes have been increased during the previous year. Unfortunately, recent events around fuel availability has put some of them under pressure, and so we're continuing to work with all of the with the three primary airlines in Australia, Jetstar, Virgin and Qantas, to ensure that we retain connectivity to the Northern Territory. And I think the fact that there have been a number of regional areas where services have been ceased in the past 3 to 4 months, but the Territory has largely been able to retain connectivity is testament to the work that's been done by members of the department. We're finding that there will definitely be some challenges as we move forward, and if we don't have a resolution to the current situation in the very near future, we're all hopeful that that will happen, there will definitely be some pressure. And unfortunately, one of the things that it's made it difficult for us to progress is work that we've been undertaking with some of our international partners to look at providing domestic servicing to routes that are currently not serviced at all in the Northern Territory. So we have the ability with the federal government to introduce cabotage routes where airlines that are not, where there's not a service of a domestic airline, we could actually encourage an international partner to fly into Darwin and service some of those routes. So one example that has been I've publicly talked about on many occasions is the need to have an internal route from Alice Springs to Uluru, for example. So we're continuing to have those discussions with our partners to see how we might be able to progress that. But we're being very proactive as we ensure that the routes that we're working on remain front and centre to the airlines that we're talking to. We're having very proactive and transparent discussions with those prospective new airlines. So a couple of destinations we've been working on is from Jakarta. We did a lot of work when just after the fuel crisis commenced with China Southern Airlines, who temporarily suspended their routes between Guangzhou and Darwin, but we did a huge amount of work with them and they were convinced to return on a once a week frequency from May to September, and we're still working on them. They committed to considering increasing that to twice a week after September, dependent on the outcome of the situation in the Middle East. Most excitingly, Member for Karama, Aero Dili commencing flights this Sunday. Twice weekly flights from Dili to Darwin, which is very exciting. It was originally meant to start late in May, but there was some realignment done on the back of ensuring that they could continue to do that route in the face of risks around fuel supply, but they've made the decision to proceed, and so that very first flight will come in on the 21st of June. We're seeing actually an increase in capacity growth in 2025 to largely around people starting to fly more and really looking to make use of available routes. And it's certainly a message I've been sending out very loudly to our business community and to our travellers that we need to ensure that the airline routes that we have in play, in spite of the challenges of the current fuel situation, remain, and the only way to do that is to utilise them. So we're working very hard to persuade our partners in the airline industry that the Territory is absolutely committed to building that. The reality is we suffer from being a very small jurisdiction in terms of population and having what equates to an international airline route just to get, say, from Darwin to Sydney or Sydney to Melbourne. So we understand that they have to make their decisions based on commercial viability, and we definitely don't want them to not be flying at a loss, and we really appreciate the commitment that has been made to continue to progress this. We really want to make sure that we ensure that as we increase our connectivity into other regions, that we do actually make sure that we can sustain them into the future. We are absolutely committed to partnering with our airlines. We have looked at what was formerly the TAS scheme. We've now rebranded and refocused that scheme into RACE, which is Rebuilding Aviation Connectivity for the Economy. And the reason for doing that, Member for Karama, is there were no consequences for airlines that entered into agreements with us under the TAS to actually, if they didn't give the route the sufficient time to be successful, where they just pulled out without any real consideration. So now we're building in, if you do partner with us, there is an expectation that you will commit to a specific period of time, that you will give these routes time to grow and embed, and if you don't, then there will be a consequence for withdrawing early. So we've committed that funding until June 2028. We've learned our lessons from the previous TAS experience, and we really will make sure that we continue to work to increase the opportunities between the Northern Territory and our Asian partners through international routes, and also continue to work with both Qantas, Jetstar and Virgin, to ensure that we retain that connectivity.
Right. Just another question. One of the challenges with our trade and economic performance is the shoulder period that we always have here. So could you please outline what initiatives your department is taking to stimulate activity during that shoulder period? And in particular, maybe something like, how did we go with October Business Month, which I understand was one of those initiatives?
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Can I just ask that, given that we have child protection and DV, I respect that the member for Karama has asked questions, but I mean, you do share the same caucus room as the minister. I would really love to get to those. I'm not sure how many questions are left.
Member for Gwadja, we'll let the Minister answer the question, but I will ask if we can wrap up as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Karama. Essentially what we're doing is looking where there are those quieter periods, what can we do to attract more, particularly tourism to the Northern Territory, and business opportunities. You've mentioned October Business Month, but we also have a range of events. We work in close partnership with the Department of Tourism to ensure that. We're working with business to make sure that we are able to create opportunities to encourage people to fly here in what we consider our beautiful wet season, but they might consider a little bit hot and sweaty. For example, the October Business Month delivered some significant investment into the Northern Territory with people travelling into the Territory to attend. But I think also the events such as our various our festivals, all of the things that occur in the Territory, we work very closely with industry, with our communities and with tourism to make sure that we sell the message of the Territory to our borders and beyond, not just in Australia, but into our Southeast Asian region. We are eminently closer to our Southeast Asian neighbours than we are to the rest of Australia. And so we've been doing a lot of work with, for example, Indonesia, Timor-Leste. We've been doing some work with Korea and Japan about encouraging tourism, and most critically China, because there are a number of opportunities to grow our tourism business through China Airlines, Southern Air's commitment to the Territory, which will, and I'm pretty confident they won't mind a little bit of rain when they get here. So we'll continue to do that, and we'll continue to sell the Territory opportunity as broadly as we can.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any other questions on Output 1.3? No. Okay, that concludes consideration of Output 1.3 and Output Group 1. The committee will now proceed to Output Group 2, Corporate and Shared Services, Output 2.1, Corporate and Governance. Are there any questions? No. That concludes consideration of Output 2.1. I will now call for questions on Output 2.2, Shared Services Received. Are there any questions? No. No. That concludes consideration of Output 2.2. I will now call for questions on Output 2.3, Shared Services Provided. Are there any questions? No. That concludes consideration of Output 2.3 and Output Group 2. The committee will now proceed to Output 3, International Education, And I will just note that while this input sits with the Minister for Education and Training, who is responsible for the delivery of education services to international students in NT government schools, Minister Cahill is responsible for international education strategy. Are there any questions?
No, thank you. Yes.
Member for Karama.
Thank you, Chair. And international education is a very strong focus of me, given my previous role in attracting international students to come here. Minister, can you update us on your initiatives over the last year to increase the number of international students to come and study, work and live in the Territory?
Member for Johnston, the Minister has the opportunity to answer everybody's questions here, and I'll give it to the Minister.
We've got a whole session to come yet.
Thank you, Member for Karama, and thank you for the question, because international education and the student population is an incredibly important part of the Northern Territory's community, and they make significant contribution to our economy, and most importantly, they are one of the sources of growing our skill sets and our population well into the future. And there have been some fantastic, very positive stories around the experience of our international students, where they've come, they've done their education, they've finished their education, they've stayed on, they've worked here, they've grown businesses here, they've got their families here. And I think there's not a person in this room, Member for Karama, who hasn't benefited from the excellent skills and opportunities and business services that many of those international education students have given us. So it is a really important part of our economy. They contribute just under $51,000 to our economic output every single year, and they are an incredible part of our of the what makes the territory the territory. It's the second largest service export in the territory, and in 2024 generated $287.1 million in export revenue for the territory, which is not insignificant at all. In fact, it's the territory's sixth largest export. So from a business point of view and the work that's done by the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations, contrary to what the member for Johnston may think, it's a significant investment and a significant component for the Northern Territory. So based on the data that we've had nearly 6,000 international students who've been enrolled with our education providers. That includes Charles Darwin University, includes their TAFE programs, and it also includes our private sector providers. So not only do they contribute to the economy in the work and the skills that they learn, but they're keeping some of our small businesses going as well. So attracting higher numbers of international students to the Territory is an absolutely critical focus for us. And we really have been successful in getting a growth since up to December 2025. We had a growth of 4.6% enrolments, which is 261 people. And if you multiply that by $51,000, you can see the significance of that, when in fact across the rest of the country, the numbers started to decrease. So we're going to continue to work really, really hard in that environment. And that's one of the reasons why we invest so heavily, Member for Karama, into Study NT. Study NT's job is to work with our international students to make sure that when they get here, they are comfortable, they are not just abandoned to try and survive a very new environment for them. They work with the students one-on-one. We have a very amazing ambassador program where they do mentoring and support, so students who've been here for a period of time can then nominate to support new students coming in. And the Careers Expo that was held earlier this year was attended to by around 200 students with 30 organisations taking part, which just goes to show the absolute significance of this work in the Northern Territory. We host a range of familiarisation tours. We're making sure that we're getting good quality advice for our students by working with migration agents so that we can increase the number of students who are applying and approved by the federal government. So it's a very arduous process for that application process, so it's really important that it's done correctly. We've held industry roundtables with those people to make sure that we get it right and we know what their demand and their needs are. And one of the programs that we're pretty excited about recently is the Home program, which is designed to wrap around students when they come into the Territory so that they know exactly what to expect. We help get them settled, we help orient them to the Territory, we make sure that if they've got any challenges in their study program that we work with them to do that. And then we also provide international education support grants, so for those students who are coming here who might be struggling a little bit, and we work closely with some of the not-for-profit organisations that have been established over the year. Many people will know of Kindness Shake that evolved out of the COVID situation where international students banded together to support each other and now have become this incredibly vibrant and active support group through our community. We are partnering with NT Cricket to promote the Northern Territory as a place to live, work and study, and so have had incredible response from the exposure that that has given us. And so we will continue to engage across all sectors to explain what the benefit of international education is. We will continue to work with the federal government to explain to them just how important international students are to our economy, not just while they're students, but as they progress through their training and actually decide that this is the place they want to stay and live. And there's a number of areas that they work. So there's excellent sector engagement. We have a fantastic higher degree program that we've promoted, and we're really excited to see where this journey will take the Territory in the future, because truly it makes the Territory so special. It makes us who we are and what we are. And so I thank you for being able to put that on the record, Member for Karama, because the investment that is made by the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations into international education and support of international students is repaid tenfold by the work that these students do and the payment that they give us back in their commitment to the Northern Territory.
Thank you, Minister. And it was great to see Study NT out at the free broadcast of the World Cup on Sunday. And I think there were 1,800 people registered there. So obviously they were getting their profile. They were sharing it internationally. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on output 3? Member for Casuarina.
Thank you, Chair. Just have a quick question, Minister. I had an opportunity last week to attend Study NT International Education and Training Industry Forum in Darwin. And we had a lot of educational providers were talking about the whole international migration as well, but at the same time with the education as well. And they had some concerns around latest Australian government policy impacts on international students and education as well. So they had a lot of concerns and feedback. So my question is just, what are we doing for those educational providers for NT to survive for the in future in NT?
Thank you, Member for Casuarina. There's no question that there's a lot of misinformation more broadly in the community across Australia as to the impact that international students, the perceived negative impact that international students have on our economy. I am looking forward to the day that the Australian government runs a campaign that shows what Australia would look like without international students working and studying in Australia. There'd be empty cafes, no Uber drivers and a whole range of other services that people wouldn't be able to get, particularly in areas like aged care and childcare, because these people are the people who are actually absolutely making sure that our economy continues to thrive. So the Australian government has made 31 policy changes around international students and international education since 2021. So 31 policy changes in 5 years. People who come in on one visa and try and do one thing find out that next week everything is changed. So we need absolute certainty, and we're advocating for that. We are reinforcing very strongly to the Australian government the absolute positive impact that international students have into our economy, into our lifestyle, into our population growth. I've met many families in the Territory where one or other of those people have been students who've come here, who've met the love of their life, married and had their families. They're now running businesses. So it's a really critical component of who we are and what we do. And Australia will be much poorer for not being able to have those people here. And I thank you for mentioning the forum that was held, the International Education and Training Sector Industry Forum, because it's really important that those organisations that facilitate students coming to the Northern Territory also have the opportunity to talk about what their concerns are, so we can then advocate for them on their behalf to the federal government as well. And there were some incredible participants there. So ISAC NT were there, the International Education Association of Australia, the Koala, and Insider Guides were there. These are two platforms that talk about where you should come if you're an international student looking for somewhere to take your next step in your learning experience. So to have them there to talk about to the Territory, to their audience, this is really critical. And we're working very, very closely with Charles Darwin University to make sure that we are aware of any challenges that they've experienced. So one of the things that happens in the federal government space, Member for Casuarina, is we will have a cohort of students who have been applying for and being granted visas under our International Student Education Program quite consistently for numbers of years, who suddenly are being rejected because they've somehow made themselves, that country, onto the naughty country list without any explanation or advice from their federal government around why that has happened or what the challenges are that are making it so difficult. So it's critical that we advocate on behalf of those students. It's critical that we work really hard to make sure that the pathway is secure and progresses smoothly. It's critical for the businesses that are providing their education, because they too make a significant contribution to our community and to the economy of the Northern Territory. And let's face it, it's who we are as a territory. If anyone can tell the rest of the world what a true multicultural society looks like, it's the Northern Territory, and international education is the key platform that assists us in doing that. So thank you for being at that forum and being able to hear that feedback. And I know the team will work very closely to see that we actually facilitate opening those doors much more easily into the future.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any other questions on output 3?
No, thank you.
No? That concludes consideration of output 3, and this now concludes consideration of outputs relating to the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations. On behalf of the committee, I thank the departmental officers that provide advice to the Minister today. The committee will now proceed to outputs relating to the Department of Children and Families. Minister, would you like to make some closing statements before we close off?
Thank you, Chair. I think I would very much like to make some closing statements. I think that the task that was set to the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations when it was formed, when we came to government just on 18 months ago, was a significant one. It was how do we actually re-engage with our region? How do we create opportunities in an environment that had been quite depressed to grow the Territory economy? And every single member of the team that has come on board, every person that is working within the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations have resoundingly accepted the challenge. Every challenge I have thrown at them, every obstacle they might think that I've put in their path, every question that I've asked, they have risen to the occasion of. And I think nothing exhibits that more than the work that's been undertaken in preparing for this estimates briefing. It's a difficult time. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of effort. It's a lot of detail, and I'm sure that what they would all rather be doing is out there selling the territory, selling the opportunity, making it clear to people why they should come to live, work and invest in the Northern Territory. And so I thank them all, particularly the team around the table, and all of the the people that we can't see who have been busily running around over the past few weeks pulling this information together so that we can actually tell the Territory story the way it's meant to be told, which is proactively, upfront, clearly. And I personally could not be doing it without them, and I thank them very much for their efforts. And just wait till next year. The story will be phenomenal.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, everybody around the table. It is now 6:25. We will break to do the changeover and also dinner break, and we'll come back at 6:55.
Thank you. Just a point of order, Madam Speaker. Will the 5 minutes be added that it is now?
Yeah, 6:55.
6:55 instead of 7 o'clock. Yep, 6:55.
Thank you.
accompanying you today, and make an opening statement of no more than 20 minutes regarding the Department of Children and Families, and I will give you a 5-minute warning at the 15-minute mark. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to appear before the Estimates Committee to speak to my portfolio as Minister for Children and Families, Child Protection and Prevention of Domestic Violence, and I am joined today by the executives from the Department of Children and Families who are here to assist me. So I have Mr Brent Warren, who's the Chief Executive Officer, Ms Rachel McMillan, who's the Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Strategy, Programs and Enabling Services, Ms Karen Broadfoot, who's Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Regional Services, and Ms Cynthia Logananthan, hopefully I said that right, Chief Financial Officer. So, Chair, the 26-27 budget provides $392.9 million for the department, an increase of $9.8 million from 25-26 revised budget of $383.1 million. This funding is essential for services that support vulnerable families, victim survivors and those experiencing homelessness, and is a continued investment into the safety and wellbeing of Territorians. The department's funding is directed to $216.8 million to support children and families, comprising $49.46 million in family support, $23.95 million in child protection services, and $143.4 million in out-of-home care. $77.7 million to support people experiencing homelessness, $63.5 million for domestic, family and sexual violence prevention, response and recovery, and $33.9 million for corporate, regulatory and shared services. Chair, the $33.9 million for corporate, regulatory and shared services has been revised from the 25-26 original budget of $23.375 million. This increase in the corporate and governance output reflects the centralisation of whole-of-agency corporate and governance costs that were previously allocated across outputs. The variation in the shared services output in 25-26 is mainly due to the Department of Corporate and Digital Development's revised cost allocation methodology post-machinery of government. This centralisation provides stronger accountability to clearly show where funds are used for corporate expenditure and for the delivery of services to the community. The department has a 26-27 budget of $419 million. This includes $993 million in operational funding and $26 million in infrastructure program funding. The department has a 26-27 infrastructure program of $26 million, including the following projects: $10.1 million for the Tennant Creek Visitor Park under the Barkly Regional Deal, $10 million for the Darwin Visitor Accommodation Precinct, $2.4 million for women's safe houses, $1.9 million for minor new works, and $1.6 million for repairs and maintenance programs for the department's portfolio of assets. I will now speak to each portfolio area in turn. Chair, stronger families lead to better outcomes for children and young people and help build safer communities. During 25-26, the government invested more than $208.7 million to support children and families across the Territory. This included $41.1 million for family support services that work with families experiencing vulnerability, disadvantage and complex challenges, helping them access support earlier and reducing the likelihood of children entering the child protection system. As of 31 March 2026, 480 family support cases had been opened. Our role is to support families early, strengthen parental capability, hold parents accountable and intervene when children are at risk. One initiative supporting this work is family responsibility agreements, with more than 255 agreements entered into during 25-26. In 26-27, the family support budget has increased to $49.4 million. During 26-27, we will continue expanding this work as part of our commitment to addressing the root causes of crime and strengthening families. Alongside these Territory-funded initiatives, we continue to work closely with the Australian Government through the Northern Territory Remote Aboriginal Investment, or NTRA, Agreement and the National Partnership Agreement on Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Responses. Through NTRA funding secured for 26-27, the Territory will invest $10.4 million for remote women's safe spaces, $8.2 million for child and family centres, and $5.5 million for remote family support services. A highlight of the past year was the establishment of new child and family centres at Alpara and Borroloola. Chair, child safety remains the department's highest priority. During 25-26, our government invested nearly $167.6 million into child protection and out-of-home care services, almost 43% of the department's total budget. This level of investment reflects both the complexity of the work and the importance of early intervention. Keeping children safe is the most important work that we can do. The department works to keep children connected to family, culture and community, but when children are unsafe, statutory intervention remains necessary to protect them. As at 31 March 2026, the department had commenced 3,027 child protection investigations and 119 children had entered care. We increased the out-of-home care budget by $10 million in 25-26 to support children and young people when they cannot safely stay at home. We are focused on increasing the number of foster and kinship carers and have partnered with the Foster and Kinship Carers, NT and Aboriginal Carer Services to establish a carer reference group, giving carers a stronger voice in their partnerships with the department and honouring the support that they provide to children in their care. As at March 31, 2026, there were 462 registered carers, of whom 220, or 48%, identified as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander. Work continues to improve out-of-home care, as at 31 March, the department was undertaking an intensive procurement process to ensure young people needing intensive therapeutic residential care are receiving the best care and supports to meet their complex needs. Recruitment and retention remain a key focus in an environment where attracting a skilled workforce remains a challenge. A recruitment community of practice and a dedicated workforce strategy, alongside targeted local and international recruitment campaigns, have helped deliver some of the strongest workforce retention outcomes in recent years, with vacancy rates of 25% as opposed to previous years, which were between 34 to 42% vacancy rates. We have also invested in a legal services upskilling program across the Greater Darwin, Top End Arnhem and Big Rivers regions, with more than 200 consultations and reviews completed to support frontline workers in court. Chair, child protection practitioners carry ongoing responsibility for children and families over long periods, responding after hours and in crisis. That responsibility does not end at the close of a shift. I acknowledge the professionalism, compassion and resilience of our frontline workforce, and Budget 2026 reinforces this government's commitment to protecting vulnerable children and supporting stronger families. Chair, domestic, family and sexual violence continues to have a devastating impact across the Territory. Too many women, children and families experience violence in their homes. This government is determined to hold people who use violence accountable, support victim survivors to heal and invest in prevention and early intervention. Our government made an historic additional investment of $36 million ongoing per year to prevent and respond to domestic, family and sexual violence, with allocations set out in the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Reduction Strategy 25-28, launched during the 16 Days of Activism campaign in 2025. Though one victim is one too many, a positive early result is a 9% reduction in domestic violence offences reported by NT Police, and we will continue to work to drive those numbers down. During 25-26, we invested $8 million into remote women's safe houses through NT Ray, with a further $20.3 million for frontline crisis accommodation and wraparound support services across the first 2 quarters of 25-26. Clients spent more than 16,600 nights in safe houses across the Territory. Through the strategy in 25-26, the department is investing $22.8 million in critical initiatives, including $6.6 million investment for circuit breaker, $5.2 million to fund frontline specialist services, $3.2 million for community-based behaviour change programs and remote safe houses, $2.6 million for the co-responder model in partnership with NT Police, $1.5 million for the DFSV Training and Resource Centre, $1.5 million for whole-of-government policy coordination and governance, $1.2 million for primary prevention grants, and $350,000 for specialist courts. A further $13.1 million has been allocated to partner agencies, including $6.6 million for NT Police to lead the Family Safety Framework and Co-Responder Model, $4.2 million for corrections, $1.6 million for the Attorney General's Department, $400,000 for NT Health, and $250,000 for the Department of People, Sport and Culture. One initiative I want to highlight is the Circuit Breaker program delivered through our family and youth support teams. An innovative program focused on breaking the cycle of domestic violence. It provides intensive case management for children, young people and families experiencing complex challenges, connecting them with early intervention programs including parenting, education, housing and wellbeing supports before issues escalate to statutory intervention. The program now operates across all major territory centres, and as of 31 March 2026, 312 circuit breaker cases had commenced, with 42 referrals to safe places. Budget 2026 includes a total budget of $8.3 million to continue and strengthen this work. Looking ahead, Budget 2026 continues significant investment, including $20.3 million for crisis accommodation and wraparound supports, $4.1 million for behaviour change programs, $3.4 million for primary prevention grants, $2.56 million for early intervention grants, and $1.5 million for the DFSV Training and Resource Centre. Chair, a safe and stable home is the foundation for strong families, better health and improved health life outcomes. In 2025-26, the Territory Government invested $74.6 million in homelessness services, including crisis accommodation, transitional housing and support. This marked the first year of the Northern Territory Homelessness Strategy 25-2030. Key investments included more than $9.3 million for assertive outreach across 5 regions, more than $2.9 million to establish the Territory's homelessness hotline, more than $4.5 million in housing support for victim survivors of domestic, family and sexual violence, and more than $2.2 million for a new youth homelessness hub delivered through the Malarama Pathway program. The Homelessness Hotline gives Territorians one number to call to connect with the right support, reducing duplication and helping people access help earlier. As of 31 March 2026, the hotline had received 1,305 contacts, with more than 1,000 people supported through assessments, referrals, advice and accommodation assistance, including remote support into Katherine and Tennant Creek. These services are delivered in partnership with organisations across the Territory, including Anglicare NT, CAPS, Catholic Care NT, Larrakia Nation, Mission Australia, the Salvation Army NT, Yili Yurrung Housing and many others, connecting vulnerable Territorians with housing, health and social supports. Our 26-27 budget of nearly $78 million will continue this work. Chair, as custodians of public funds, we remain focused on delivering value and directing investment where it will have the greatest impact. During 25-26, the Department undertook a review of grant funding and service delivery arrangements to reduce duplication, strengthen grant management and improve alignment between funding and government priorities. Underpinning all of this is a clear and consistent approach. Early intervention protects families and children, saves lives and helps break the cycle of disadvantage. Too often, systems respond only at the point of crisis. While statutory responses remain essential, they should never be the first point of engagement where it is possible to intervene earlier. But let me be clear, where families do not meet their children's essential needs, this government will act. This means strengthening community-based family support, integrated service delivery across agencies, and whole-of-government approaches such as the Family Safety Framework, co-responder models with NT Police, and information sharing reforms. Chair, it also means deepening our partnerships with Aboriginal community-controlled organisations who bring the local knowledge, cultural understanding and trusted relationships essential to lasting change, particularly as we work to address the overrepresentation of Aboriginal children in the child protection and out-of-home care systems. Early intervention is not only a social policy priority, it is a crime prevention strategy. When we strengthen families, support young people and stabilise home environments, we directly address many of the underlying drivers of youth offending and community safety concerns. Chair, everything I have outlined today reinforces the government's broader priorities. By strengthening families, we reduce crime. By supporting vulnerable Territorians, we build stronger communities. By investing in services and workforce, we contribute to rebuilding the economy. And by improving outcomes for children and young people, we are restoring the lifestyle for Territorians that they expect and deserve. Every day, Madam Chair, department staff work alongside children, families and communities facing some of the most complex challenges in the Territory, and they do so with heart, commitment and resilience. I thank the executives beside me, the department staff and our service partners and community organisations across the Territory for their dedication over the past 12 months. It's a big job. It's a tough job and there is still much more to do, but this government remains firmly committed to supporting Territorians experiencing vulnerability and to building a stronger, safer Northern Territory. I'm happy to take questions on the opening statement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any questions on the opening statement? Member for Gwadja.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your opening statement. I too want to acknowledge the important and valuable contribution that child protection practitioners make across the Territory. Minister, I'm wondering if you could provide the committee with the number of notifications that Central Intake received during the reporting period.
Thank you, Member for Gwadja. So as of March 31, the Department of Children and Families had received 22,448 contacts about child safety and wellbeing. Of those, 9,442 or 42% were screened out because a child protection response wasn't required. And of the remaining 13,006, that's 58% notifications were screened in. 60% of the notifications, which equated to 7,753, were assessed as requiring a departmental response, such as child protection investigation, circuit breaker, or worries to be addressed in an open case. 3,500, which is 27% of notifications, were screened in for further action in an already existing open case, of which there were 3,124, so 24%, commenced new open cases. And as of 31 March 2026, 1,080 child protection notifications were actively under assessment or pending referral to other department services and support.
Thank you. Minister, are you able to provide a breakdown of how many children were in fact subject to those notifications? Just for some clarification, I understand that there may be multiple notifications for a child. Minister, might I also indulge you? There is a second part to that question, which might help you in determining what percentage of children subject to the notifications were aged between 2 and 4, 5 and 9, and 10 and 14. I just wanted to put that out there in case you needed to take that one on notice.
Thank you, Member for Goyder. So I can advise that in terms of the notifications, we can't break that down by unique children cases. But if you look to the percentages and the number where there are open investigations, that would give you some indication. So 27% of notifications were screened in for further action in an already open case. So that would equate to those children already being in the system as a notification. So that potentially will give you some concept of what that would look like. And in relation to a breakdown by age, that information isn't something that has been collated. Is it something we can do? And the advice I have is that it's not possible to break down notifications by age groups either.
Okay, so through the chair, the care system wouldn't allow you to break that down?
Member for Goyder, the care system has many challenges and providing detailed breakdown of data remains one of them, which continues to be worked on, but at this stage, no, it can't do that.
Thank you, Minister. Are you able to provide a breakdown of the harm types that were screened in? What percentage were related to emotional harm, neglect, physical harm and sexual harm?
Just bear with me one moment,
Not a
Member
problem,
for Goyder.
thank you.
I know I've seen it, I just need to locate it.
Not a problem, Minister.
Apologies, Member for Goyder. What I recall seeing was the breakdown by type for substantiated claims, because obviously that is where the focus is on,
Yes.
particularly when you consider the large number that are deemed not to meet the threshold. So I can tell you that for emotional harm, 64% of substantiated harms as of 31 March were emotional harm, 18% were neglect, 13% physical, 6% sexual exploitation, and in actual I can give you unique children in those areas.
Yes.
So 493 unique children experienced emotional harm, 138 experienced neglect, 98 experienced physical harm, and 44 experienced sexual exploitation. If you wanted a breakdown for claims that weren't substantiated, that would be a significant body of work. Did you still want that, or are you happy with that?
I'm happy with that. I don't want to misquote you either. 13,006, was that's the number of notifications that have been substantiated? Was that?
That required additional investigation.
Yeah, and of those 13,006, how many of those central intake alleged family violence involvements?
So the 13,006 were notifications that were screened in that deemed further investigation. Of that, just over half were identified as requiring a departmental response. And of those, so that's 7,753. Yep. And of those, 34% or 4,370 had a DV content.
DV content, thank you. And through the Chair, Minister, how many child protection notifications are there today? Or if that's not available, as of the 31st of March?
Member for Goyder, that was the information I provided earlier. So the notifications received as of the 31st of March was 22,448. Yep. 42% were screened out as not being, as no response required. As you'd be aware, there are very well-meaning people who regularly make contact with the department and only to have it realised that it's not really a matter that would fit the requirements.
Of the remaining 13,006 were screened in, and 7,753 of those notifications required a departmental response. And then 3,500 were screened in for further action in already existing cases. So about half of the notifications that were deemed to require investigation were identified as being children who already had an investigation underway. And currently, as of the 31st of March, 1,080 child protection notifications were actively under assessment.
Thank you. So what's the average time, Minister, taken to commence an investigation in terms of the child protection investigations?
So each event that's identified as requiring further assessment or investigation is then prioritised and given a priority rating. Those ratings are across so there are 4 priority areas. And so those priorities are broken down. So a priority 1 is required to be addressed within commenced investigation in 24 hours. The next level is 2 days. The next one is 5 days. And then the next one is 10 days.
10 days, thank you. And Minister, what's the average time to complete an investigation?
Thank you, Member for Goyder. I can give you an average in that area. So on average, investigations complete, 13% of investigations are completed in under 42 days, because I'm sure you can appreciate many of these are very complex, and the remainder are completed in over 42 days, that's 87%. So of the 3,361 cases that required further investigation as of 31 March. 373 had the investigations completed in less than 42 days, and the remainder, 2,988, was over 42 days, and each of those would have had different priority ratings.
So just to confirm, how many investigations have been completed over the reporting period in total?
So 3,361.
61.
And just for added context, some of the reasons why investigations take a little bit longer in some of those situations is sometimes it's hard to locate the family. The complexity of the investigation will require multiple levels of investigation. At times there needs to be a lengthening of the investigation period so that as they're working with NT Police relating to possible criminal charges. Sometimes the investigation has been completed but administrative documentation is in the process of being finalised. And other times the investigation hasn't been closed administratively in the system, so it will remain open, and that's where we sometimes get another notification that gets fed into an existing open case, which adds to the complexity of the investigation process.
Sure. So might I just add on to that line of questioning? Are you able to, just during the reporting period, what percentage of investigations were priority 1, priority 2, priority 3 and 4?
Thank you, Member for Goyder. I'm advised that we can actually extract a report that will give that, but it's not data that's available at this point. So if you like, we can take that on notice.
I would like to, but what I may, if you'd indulge me for a minute, is can I ask you a second question that we might be able to do as one, because it involves the same kind of area? That is priority 1 investigations, which relates to harm to toddlers, are meant to commence within 24 hours. What percentage met that timeframe? I can do that as a separate question or together.
Thank you, Member for Goyder. Just for clarification, the requirement to commence an investigation that's classified as a priority 1 within 24 hours is not restricted just to toddlers. It's any child who is classified as a priority 1. So we can give you the breakdown of the numbers of children and the priorities.
Not the age.
Not the age.
Okay, that's
the
okay.
Care,
Yep.
unfortunately, at this moment in history, and possibly never, can actually provide that breakdown, but we can give you the priority breakdowns and by timeframes. Sorry.
Okay, so
that's the two parts of the
And you're happy if I ask you both those questions to take on notice?
Yes.
Okay.
Member for Goddard, will you please repeat the question for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the reporting period, what percentage of investigations were priority 1, priority 2, priority 3 and priority 4? And then the second part, priority 1 investigations, which relates to harm, are meant to commence within 24 hours. What percentage met that time frame?
Minister, are you happy to accept that question?
Yes, I am. And if there is any way for us to provide you an age breakdown in the complexity of the system that we're dealing with, we will also endeavour to do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The question asked of the member for Gwadja to the Minister has been allocated number 8.3. Member for Gwadja.
Thank you. Minister, how many strengthening family cases were there during the reporting period?
Thank you, Member for Gorges. So there were 130 strengthening family cases in that reporting period.
Thank you, Minister. And on average, what is the case load ratio for the staff in the regions managing child protection investigations?
Thank you, Member for Goyder. As of 31 March 2026, there are 177 case carrying officers and a total of 3,962 cases, which reflects an average of 22.3 cases per officer.
Okay, thank you. Minister, we spoke about this last year in estimates around how many children there are in the system and whether every child is assigned to a case manager. Are you able to confirm that every child is assigned to a particular case manager?
Thank you, Member for Goyder. The response is not dissimilar to last year. So not all cases are allocated to a case officer for a variety of reasons, but all cases, if they're not assigned specifically to a specific case worker, are overseen by the manager in the particular region.
Thank you. So, Minister, do you have a number of what number of cases are currently not assigned to a particular case manager?
Thank you, Member for Goyder. So in a total of 3,962 active cases, there are 272 as of 31 March that were not assigned.
Okay. Thank you.
But that basically means they don't have a lead carrying worker, but that doesn't mean that they don't have somebody overseeing them. That would fall to the manager of the area.
Yeah, so just to confirm, they're in the system, but they don't have a lead case manager.
That's correct.
Of the 272. Yep. Okay, thank you. I do have more, but the member for Johnson's waving at me.
Member for Johnson's got a follow-up question for that question. Member for Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Also a follow-up from last year in relation to the children that are in active care. How many of them have a care plan?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. You may be interested to know that on the back of your queries last year, I too had some fairly robust discussions around how that looked. And as we discussed last year, some of the challenges were around the implementation of the care system. But what I can tell you is, can't do sideways. As of the 31st of March, 87% of children have a care plan. 10% are in a transition to independence care plan, and a very small 3% currently do not have a care plan, which is a substantial change, I think, to what we were able to provide you last year. And it actually, I will have to say, is an example of where care actually has been improved to be able to generate that information.
Thank you, Minister. That's relieving to hear. Just also a quick follow-up from the member for Mulca, from the questions from the member for Gorja. You've talked about the average caseload for child protection workers during the period. What is the current... sorry, I've lost my words here. What's the current staffing ratio? That's not quite the right expression. For child protection, how many positions are vacant? Thank you. I'm just. I'm just.
Thank you, Member for Johnson. And as I stated in my opening remarks, current vacancy rates are 25%, which is a substantial improvement on last year, which I think was around 40%.
Thank you. And just also from the member for Mulca, does the department have a policy of best practice for the ideal caseload for child protection workers? How many families should a worker be case managing at one time?
Thank you, Member for Johnson, on behalf of the member for Mulca. So there's no specific number, but what is looked at is the complexity of the caseloads and ensuring that the appropriate caseworker is assigned to the appropriate case type, so with the right skill set and the right ability to manage. So that's why there's an average per caseworker. Some caseworkers may have much lower I've lost my words now, caseloads, because
it's been a long day for everyone.
Because the children they are caring for have higher needs, whereas other children may be doing really, really well and in the various placements that they're in, whether that's with kin or family or foster carers or whatever it is. And so the oversight of those cases is not as complex.
Thank you, Minister. So just one final question from the member for Mulca. If the department were fully staffed, understanding that it's now 3/4 staffed, what would the average caseload be then?
It is a hypothetical question. Depends on the case numbers and the staff numbers and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, return to the member for Gorja.
Thank you. Minister, just touching on, you mentioned before about substantiations and notifications. Just wanting to understand how many notifications resulted in harm being substantiated during the reporting period.
I'm pretty confident, Member for Gorja, that I've answered it, but I'm happy to indulge you. So, of the 790, 79 would be great, wouldn't it? Let's aim for that number. 24% of investigations were substantiated, and then we had the breakdown of what that looked like.
Thank you. And Minister, how many children in care are on long-term protection orders?
It's many pages of data here, Member for Gorja. So as of the 31st of March, out of a total of children in care, which is 853, 459 are on long-term protection orders.
Or 59. Thank you. And Minister, how many children on protection orders with a long-term parental responsibility direction?
Thank you, Member for Goyder. I'm advised that that isn't data that's available here, but we can take that question on notice if you like.
Member for Gwadger, can you please repeat the question for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, how many children were on protection orders with long-term parental responsibility direction?
Minister, do you accept the question?
She answered the first part of the question.
There's actually, Member for Goyder, there's actually a differentiation in the actual way they're done, and it might save us some time if I ask the Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Karen, to give you what that differential is.
Sorry, I think it's a wording issue. So where we've got long-term orders, that is the direction. So there is a type of order you can have, which is a protection order that has directions in it.
Yes.
Which would be a tiny, tiny number if we have any at all. But the long-term order itself is...
Yeah, I understand. I'm after with the order, the direction order in it. So I understand it might be low.
Directions.
Yes.
As indicated, it's probably a very tiny number because once to get to a long-term protection order, there's a lot of work that's already been done. So we'll take it on notice and determine if we can actually extract that detail for you.
Yes, thank you.
So you did,
Yep, the question, I don't have to repeat that, it's already been repeated and you've accepted it.
But just for clarity's sake, because I don't want to confuse any uncertainty with the department, it's around directions within the order. Yeah.
The question asked of the member for Gwadger to the minister has been allocated the number 8.4.
Thank you.
Member for Gwadger.
Minister, in the reporting period, what percentage of children in care reside in foster care, purchased home-based care, with family and kin, intensive therapeutic care, residential care, boarding school or other placements? And I am happy to repeat the question, Madam Chair. I get that that's a few.
it's okay, Member for Goyder, I've got you covered.
Thank you.
So of the 853 children in care as of 31 March, 97 were in family and significant other care, 181 were in foster care, 488 were in purchased home-based care, 40 were in intensive therapeutic residential care, 26 were in residential care other, and I recently asked what that meant, and that means that they're placing with... It could be that they're placing with family. Because I was like, what does that even mean? Now I know. 14 are in boarding school, and there's also another category which is other placement type 7, and some of those are often self-placing. Or in hospital or on holidays if they're lucky. Yeah.
Oh, that's something you and I don't get to do. But, Minister, just on that, how much of the 26-27 budget is allocated to home-based care, kinship care, foster care, and the Kinship and Foster Care Association?
So that's moving into the grant, the grant that we give, or the money we pay
I'm happy to extract foster care out of that if that makes it easier. I'm just wanting to understand what the budget allocation is for purchased home-based care, kinship care and foster care.
Just for clarification, Member for Goyder, you're talking about the 26-27 budget allocation?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so intensive the therapeutic care, it's $44 million. Kinship care, $6 million. Foster care, $11 million. And purchased home-based care, $42 million.
42. Thank you. The member for Johnston is just giving me the eye, so...
Member for Johnston, follow-up question?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Godger. This is also a question on behalf of the member for Mulka. So part of this has been answered. Minister, on the 17th of February 26, a member for Mulka submitted written question 198, and the response stated that these questions must be asked during estimates. They're quite data heavy. I note that you've answered some of them already, but in the note here it says, would you be willing to take them on notice given they're data heavy? You may be able to answer them now. The first bit has been mostly answered, so using the categories of care, I think you covered all of those categories here. The data, but also the number of children in each type of placement who are First Nations children.
Member for Johnson, is that the only additional thing? Because if
No,
it's a similar line, if you want to tell us, we could probably dig it all out together.
Thank you, Minister. I'll just read out the whole question. Yep. Please provide quarterly data for 2025 and at 31st January 26 and 31st March 26, the total number of Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander children who were in care, the percentage of those children who were placed with an Aboriginal kinship carer, an Aboriginal foster carer, an Aboriginal purchased home-based carer, an Aboriginal residential carer or Aboriginal other carer, and the number of children who have been placed with a carer in their home community.
Thank you, Member for Johnson. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through each of the areas where I have the data. I'll just make the observation that we don't do it quarterly as such. We do it to the 31st of March, which is what the estimates process indicates. And what I can tell you is, in the first instance, so if we talk about intensive therapeutic residential care, so that's the high needs children, there are
Aboriginal status.
here we go. Yeah.
Sorry, it's this one. Aboriginal status.
So 93% of the children in that intensive therapeutic care are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. With a number that are exiting that care too, which is reassuring. But in terms of the actual numbers, so there's out of the 40, 37 of them are Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander. If I look to kinship and foster care, all of our tables are out of whack. My pages are different to their pages. So out of the 462 children who are in...
Sorry, Minister, that's registered carers who are Aboriginal.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. Bear with me. So can I just attempt to seek some clarification, because I suspect the member for Goyder's, sorry, that's you, the member for Mulka, not the member over on my right, is wanting to know how many Aboriginal children are cared for by Aboriginal kinship carers. Would that be his primary focus? Okay, so We'll have to take the foster kinship carer question on notice. We haven't got that breakdown, but what I can tell you, which is that around there's 27% of Aboriginal children in out-of-home care are placed with an Aboriginal carer on the data that's available to 31 March as a global figure. Yeah.
Are you able to take the rest of those questions on notice?
So with regards the number of children in community, we can't actually extract a report on region. The system doesn't provide for that. But I think I can give you the out of the purchased home-based care number. So of 488 children in purchased home-based care, 86% or 421 of those are Aboriginal children.
421, Minister?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Is there remaining aspects of that question still needed to be asked?
The remaining aspects, so you've answered Aboriginal kinship and foster carer and purchase home-based care out of, yeah?
No, we've answered the intensive therapeutic care.
Yeah.
It's the foster and kinship care numbers, which are who are Aboriginal children. We don't have that breakdown here. We can take that on notice.
Thank you.
Member for Johnston, can you please repeat the question for the record?
Please, in the reporting,
On behalf of the member for Mulca.
on behalf of the member for Mulca, for the reporting period, please provide the data on the number of Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander children who were in care and placed with a Aboriginal kinship carer, foster carer, or residential carer.
Minister,
That's what I have written here.
do
So
you accept the question?
and also the number of children who have been placed with a carer in their own community.
So thank you again, Member for Johnston. Just for clarity, we can give you a report on the children who are in the care of the department that we have placed. There will be children placed in community that are not part of the care system per se. So we can't necessarily give that breakdown. And children who are living in a community who may be with a kinship carer, we are not necessarily able to break down by region. But we can tell you the number of Aboriginal children who are with Aboriginal carers in either foster or kinship care. I've given you the intensive care therapeutic number of Aboriginal children who are in that percentage of care, taking it that they are very intensive specialised care services. So there may very well be employees within those organisations who provide those services who are Aboriginal, but they're not placed in a care situation the same as foster and kinship care or a purchased home-based care system would be. Similarly, we can tell you the number of children who are Aboriginal who are in purchased home-based care, which I think was the number I gave you, but we can't necessarily tell you which of the people who care for them are Aboriginal because that is a contracted purchased service.
Okay, so
the one thing we can come back to you on is children who are Aboriginal who have been placed with kinship carers. How many in the foster kinship care system are kinship carers who are Aboriginal, looking after Aboriginal children?
thank you. So just so I can be clear, the answer to the question, apart from Aboriginal kinship care, or Aboriginal foster care, or is that outside your
Well, if they're
data?
it would technically be classified as kinship care if they're placed with an Aboriginal person.
But Aboriginal, the figure you gave me on Aboriginal home-based care wasn't about Aboriginal not about the children, about the workers. Is that right?
No, the purchased home-based care number of the number that I gave you were the children who are Aboriginal in purchased home-based care, but I can't tell you how many of the carers
Thank
are
you,
Aboriginal.
which is the information that the member's seeking. So, so the only information, just so I can be clear, the only information you have that you can share is Aboriginal kinship care in terms of the carers who are Aboriginal.
So we're just extrapolating, Member for Johnson, some other data that we have that may actually provide the answer, but it will be slightly underreported because, as I said, with the purchased home-based care, we can't tell you the number of Aboriginal carers unless they tell us that they're Aboriginal. But what I can tell you is that kinship carers with 98 children who are in family and significant other care, 80 of those children are placed with an Aboriginal carer. I'll go slow so you can write it down. In foster care, 138 out of 197 children are placed with an Aboriginal carer. And for the purchased home-based care, it's almost impossible for us to tell, but we can tell you that 13 carers have self-disclosed that they're Aboriginal out of and caring for 13 children who are 13 Aboriginal children are placed with Aboriginal carers in purchased home-based care out of a total of 380. We don't actually have a record. It's just that those families have told us. And then intensive therapeutic care, it's 0. Other residential care, boarding school and other, because we don't necessarily have the full information because they're children who are self-placing or they're placed with family anyway. And if they're at boarding school, there may very well be some Aboriginal teachers there, but we don't have that data.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up
I've just
question?
I'll
Are
just
you still
finish
going?
this line.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Member for Johnston.
Thank you on behalf of the member for Morecambe. Sorry about my struggling through the data questions there. The next question was, please advise how many current Aboriginal children's placements meet the current Aboriginal Child Placement Principle as prescribed by the Care and Protection of Children Act 2007.
Thank you, Member for Johnson. I think there's a bit of confusion around the section that relates to Aboriginal children. So those considerations are given to all children. So every child in care, those principles are applied in a hierarchy of order of the capacity to, as has been repeatedly said, placement with family is the first option, and then in as close to community as possible, and then connection with community. So the Aboriginal section 12, I think it is, section 12 under the legislation, which is for Aboriginal children, those principles are applied in every case.
So would the answer be 100% in that case?
Yes.
Thank you. And just one other follow-up question in relation to care plans from earlier. How many 15 to 17-year-olds have an active care plan?
Member for Johnson, they were the number that I advised that the transition out of care plans, which I just now have to go and find the number.
4.3.6.
10%, I think.
So it's 10% of children in the whole number. So if we look at the total number of children in care being 853, 83 of those, which is 10% of the overall number of children in care, have a transition to independence care plan, and those plans start at the age of 15. So it won't necessarily be a breakdown of 17 to 18 because the process to transition to care plan commences once they reach the age of 15.
So for all children in care over the age of 15, what percentage of them have a current care plan?
I'm sorry, Member for Johnson, could you just repeat that?
For all children in care over the age of 15, what percentage of them have a current care plan?
99%.
Thank you.
Member for Johnston, can I just go back for 1 second because we had a question on notice. I just want to double check that that's been answered for you and there was no formal question on notice to be placed for the, just so that we can clarify that that one's not a question on notice because it was answered.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's been answered. Just a follow up to that question, I note that the Office of the Children's Commissioner reported that 56% of 15 to 17-year-olds in care didn't have a current care plan. Is that incorrect?
That would be, your comment would be correct, Member for Johnston. Unfortunately, some of the data that the Children's Commissioner was working off was not validated and some of it was duplicated, and so there wasn't clarity. My understanding is the department attempted to review all that, but at this point in time that hasn't been possible.
So 99% of children do have a leaving care plan.
So as of the 31st of March, the advice from the department is that children in care within that age group, which is the transition to care age group, so 15 to 17, of them, 99% have a care plan in place. So some of them will be exiting out of an existing care plan because the current approach is I get my care plan started when I'm 14 and it goes for 2 years, so it doesn't finish till I'm 16, at which point a transition to care plan will be initiated. Some of them will have got to that point where they do start one at 15 just because the way the timeframes have worked, but 99% of children between the age of 15 to 17 have a care plan. Specifically, of that 99%, 41% are in the transition to care plan process, with the remainder having an existing care plan that will, as that comes to its conclusion, will transition into a transition to care plan, which takes into account a whole range of other things like, when you turn 18, where are you going to live, what are your job prospects and so on. So it encompasses a different range of criteria, but for much of it, particularly that 15 to 16-year-old age group, it'll be things around education and training, which is already built into their existing care plans.
Thank you. And just to follow up from that,
I've got some questions on that as well.
Yeah, this is just, I'll pass on after this. How many young people exited out of care into homelessness, emergency accommodation, couch surfing, temporary accommodation in the reporting period?
Thank you, Member for Johnson, for the question. The facts are that when a young person is exiting out of care, arrangements are put in place so that they have somewhere to stay. What happens after they exit go from 18 to we're now in a transitionary process, many of them will make decisions about where they want to live and what they want to do. So we don't actually have that data, and there are a number of non-government organisations that provide services into that area. I know you'd be aware that there are a number of young people who are couch surfing, and some of them might find themselves homeless, but the department absolutely works to ensure that as they're exiting out, they have a strong care plan for their transition. They have somewhere to exit to, but it becomes, what happens after that initial exit, the work is done to keep connected with those young people. But as is the case for children in care, sometimes they do what they want to do, and it's not necessarily something that can be influenced by the department.
Thank you. And when you say the work is done, does the department track what happens to those young people once they exit care?
So I can tell you, Member for Johnson, that we do have a track of kids or young people who have transitioned out of care, so they've transitioned to independence. So as of the 31st of March, there were 62 young people who would fall into that category. And then there are a number of young people in care where we have case management support continuing to be in place. So as of the 31st of March 2026, the total number of those young people is 66. So the majority of them fall into the 18 to 19-year-old age group. There's 52 of those, and then it drops off after that. 20 to 21, there's one person. 22 to 23, there's two. 24 to 25, there's one.
Thank you, Minister.
We've just got one follow-up from Member for Blaine, and then we'll move back to the Member for Gwadjuk.
All right. Thank you, Minister. So in the budget, we're spending nearly 167 or just over $1 million in child protection and out-of-home care. Minister, do you mind... we love to grow the pie rather than just divvy it up. Can you outline the work underway to grow the number of foster and kinship carers with reference to the carer reference group that you mentioned in your opening statement?
Thank you, Member for Blaine, for the question. I mean, ideally, children wouldn't need to be placed in care, but the next best solution is to place them into a family situation. If they're Aboriginal, preferably with kinship care, and foster care being the other side of that. So working with, I've been very lucky to be able to do some work with the Foster Kinship Carers Association of the Northern Territory over the last 12 months, who were very clear about what they felt needed to be done to attract more foster kinship carers into the system to help care for kids who find themselves placed into care. And one of the critical elements that we talked about was the training and support that's provided for people who would like to become foster or kinship carers. And we partnered with them to ensure that they had a good solid program, and so they become a carer program which provides care assessment and authorisation assessments for carers, so they know exactly what they're taking on, they know what the requirements are, and we know everything that we need to know about people who are putting their hand up to be kinship or foster carers is there. And the really exciting news was on the back of the work that was done, this was started mid to late last year, that as of 31 December, the FCANT had received 77 new carer referrals, which was very exciting, and had completed 4 new assessments, authorised 4 new carers and reauthorised 20 carers. So we know that children are being placed with people who are well equipped to care for them, because that's absolutely critical. The other thing that we worked with them around was looking at the resources that we provide to them, which is here somewhere. So
The 1.1, is it?
this. Yeah, and so we've invested $1.1 million annually into FCANT so that they can actually do that work with their carers and their foster and kinship carers and support them. They're working doing home visits. They've had 28 care meetings and 45 case management meetings that they've participated in. So they're actively supporting our foster and kinship carers in their dealings with the department and making sure that the communication is good, that where there are challenges that they're resolved early, and that we can actually work towards getting a much better system for all of the people who are touching the child protection system. All foster and kinship carers receive payments based on the child's age and complexity, and there's an extra remote allowance paid to all carers located outside of the Greater Darwin region.
there's an establishment payment that they receive with each new placement, which is $200, which is currently under review because we recognise cost of living goes up, so you need to make it keep pace. So we're currently looking at that. The care authorisations are reviewed every 2 years, so everything remains current, and it means that we are doing checks on the child placements, making sure the housing, the arrangements that they're placed with are really solid, and more importantly that the carers and the kinship carers, foster parents are well connected into the system, so they know where to come for help. The feedback I've had is that the communication has improved significantly over the past 18 months, which is great news, and we have a group between FCAN and Aboriginal carers, which is I've forgotten the name of it, Carer Advisory Group, which is feeding directly into the department, providing advice and in turn they get support around what's needed to make sure that we are attracting the right people and as many of people as possible who can help support children when they need it most.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Gwadja.
Thank you. I do have some questions, but I just want to do a follow-on from the member from Blaine. Minister, was the Create Foundation the peak body for children in care engaged to be one of the co-chairs of the reference group? Okay.
The carers reference group, no, it was specifically for the people who are actively carers. So that's why it's FCAN and the Aboriginal Carers Association, because they're the people who are actually on the ground dealing with it every day. Create does some great work, and they do some really good work in the area of transition to care and supporting young people as they transition to care. They have a very strong cohort of young people who identify as Aboriginal. They have a number of advisory groups and forums and advocacy groups. So I think it's very much about the young people, whereas the Carers Reference Group is about the carers and the support and the assistance that they need to actually be able to do what they do. And I know that giving a voice to the young people through the Create organisation has been very positive, and I've had some great discussions with some of the young people who are involved in that group.
Yeah. So just to be clear as well, talking about being on the ground, are you aware of the last time that the Foster Carers Association went into remote communities as part of a recruitment drive?
So I can't tell you specifically what their activities are and how they program it, but I'm sure if you reached out to them, they'd have no issue with letting you know how they're going.
Thank you. Minister, how many children involved in youth justice also have a child protection involvement?
Thank you, Member for Goyder. We can, in terms of the involvement for youth justice overall, that's not a question that I can answer. It was probably a question that the Minister for Corrections would have a much better coverage of. But what I can tell you is that we have, as of the 31st of March, 4 young people on protection orders and in detention, 9% of the population. And as of today, 8 young people who are in care were in detention, which is about 15% of that population.
So, Minister, sorry, I missed the first part. 34 children as of the 31st?
No. As of the 30th of March, which is a slight difference to the previous 31st of March.
Yeah.
But this is the data we have. 4 young people who are in care were in detention. As of today, so a couple of months later, that's increased to 8 young people on protection who are in protection orders in detention.
Okay, thank you. And how many referrals did DCF make to Aboriginal Carers Services during the reporting period?
Thank you, Member for Gorges. So between 1 July and 31 December, there were 75 referrals for a combination of family finding and care assessments, and 63 support services were provided to Aboriginal kinship and foster carers to care for Aboriginal children and young people in their home.
Great. And is there any data beyond the 31st? Was that, you said December?
December, yeah. So it's a 6-monthly reporting framework, so we wouldn't get the next lot of data until the end of the current period.
Okay. And Minister, how many safety and wellbeing concerns about children in care were made to DCF under Section 83B of the Care and Protection Act?
Thank you, Member for Goyder, for that question. So the total number for Section 83B inquiries was 49.
Yep.
No further action was 35 of that 49. Is that right? Is that not right?
This is a subset of harm in care, so sometimes we get an 80.
My apologies, the other numbers relate to a combined 83A and 83B, but the 83B inquiries, there was 49.
49. And just to be clear, that's 49 concerns, not 49 children. Or is that 49 children?
49 inquiries.
Inquiries. Do you, through the chair, my apologies, how many children did those concerns relate to?
Thank you, Member for Goyder. So in relation to how many children, whether there was duplicate notifications, that's not detail that we have because we looked at the broader 83A, which is the higher level of concern. But if you like, we could take it on notice and give you the breakdown of how many children that related to.
Yes, please.
Member for Goyder, can you please repeat the question for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many children do those concerns relate to?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you. The question asked of the member for Goyder for the minister has been allocated the number 8.5.
Thank you. And I'm mindful that we're about to head to a break in a minute, but I might ask this question. How many notifications of alleged harm to children in care were made to DCF under Section 84A of the Care and Protection Act? So we're still in the 80s.
I don't. Yes, we were.
That's completed. Investigation completed. If you flip forward.
Thank you, Member for Goyder. So I can tell you that as of the 31st of March 26, there were 177 reports made, which were relevant to 166 unique children. There you go. I can actually tell you that for that one.
166 unique children.
Thank you, Minister. It is now 8:15. We will break for 10 minutes and return at 8:25. Quorum, we're good.
And
Okay.
I just need to clarify one thing that I said to the member for Johnson earlier, if that's all right, if I could have
Go
your
for it.
indulgence. So you asked about the Children's Commissioner comments around care plans not being in place. We've just checked what she was talking about, her concern about current care plans. So every child has a care plan. Some of them are in the process of being renewed. So that was just the distinction. I just wanted to make sure that we were all talking on the same page.
Can I just introduce us back into again so that we can start officially? Welcome back from our break. We are still on the opening statement, and I will now pass to the member for Johnson for a clarifying question on the response from the minister.
Thank you, Minister. So if a plan's being renewed, does that mean someone doesn't have an active care plan at that point?
No, the care plan remains in place, but it might need updating. So change in age, change of requirements. So we just checked to see exactly what the comment from the Children's Commissioner was. It wasn't about not being in place. It was about requiring renewal. It's a distinction, but it's an important one.
Sure, thank you. And so how many young people left care, I turned 18 during the reporting period, with a completed care plan?
All of them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the member for Gwadja.
Thank you. Minister, how many children in detention had notifications to DCF and how many were substantiated?
Thank you, Member for Gorges. That's not data that we would collect. Potentially it's something that the Minister for Corrections might know, but it's unlikely.
Okay. And just to follow on, obviously, if there's a notification and that child is in detention, you would put that into the system though, correct?
That's correct.
But you wouldn't be able to produce a report with the current system to tell us that, correct?
Thank you, Member for Gorgia. I can clarify. So a child may disclose a harm while they're in detention, but the record would not record that they were in detention. The harm disclosure would be investigated just as per the normal process. It wouldn't necessarily record that they declared it while they were in detention. So they would still be afforded the same level of investigation and checking to make sure that hopefully when they were released for detention, wherever they're going to is a safe place for them to go, but it would not identify the location of their note of disclosure being detention.
Okay, thank you. And Minister, what's the cost associated with a placement of a child per child by house and region with residential care?
Member for Gorgia, can I just clarify, you're talking about the costs for children who are placed in the intensive therapeutic residential care?
Yes.
Yeah. So currently we have, as of the 31st of March,
Yeah, so
So as of the 31st of March, there were 36 young people in intensive therapeutic residential care. The budget at that time was $21,308,000 expenditure. Sorry, that was the expenditure. Was $21,318,000
$1,000 was the expenditure. The budget was $23,020,000 for the 25-26. Which is differentiated from the future budget because there's been currently a process in place. Yeah, so 36 kids, budget of $23,020,000 with an expenditure of $21,318,000.
Thank you, Minister. And is that data able to be broken down per house and by region? Minister, I'm happy to, if you want to take it on notice and provide the breakdown, because some houses are small, some houses are big, and some houses have multiple people in resi care in them.
Yeah, and it may not be able to, thank you, Member for Goyder, it might not be possible to actually provide the detailed breakdown that's accurate because of the movement between houses. Again, some houses are smaller, some houses are bigger, some houses are fully occupied, some aren't occupied. So I'm not sure that it's a piece of data that I would feel confident giving to you in terms of its robustness because of the fluidness of the environment.
Through the Chair, how about would you be able to take it on notice to give me an average, not a exact?
I can give you an average price per bed per year now, if you like.
Yeah, that'd be great.
It's a range, but it's a fairly succinct range, which is between $700,000 and $750,000 per bed per year.
Sorry, I just heard 7 and then the rest just kind of went blur. What was that?
$700,000 to $750,000 per bed per year.
Great. Thank you. And Minister, I think you did go to answering this before. Of these residential care providers, are any of them registered as Aboriginal providers?
Member for Goyder for the intensive therapeutic care? No, no.
Okay. Thank you. And could you just provide a breakdown of the regions that these intensive residential resi care operate?
So at 31 March 2026, Member for Goyder, it was Alice Springs, Darwin and Katherine.
Okay. And has there ever been one in Tennant Creek?
Thank you, Member for Goyder. So the recollection is that there has been some arrangements in place in the past, but nothing ongoing. As I'm sure you can appreciate, one of the requirements of these intensive therapeutic residential facilities is access and proximity to additional support and healthcare services. So it would probably be not practical to have an ongoing one, but that doesn't mean it's not something that couldn't be looked at in the future.
Thank you. And when we were talking about the care register previously, has that contract been awarded for who's running the care development register? Did you say before that was foster carers, or did I think that was...
You're talking about the carers reference group?
No, the care register development.
Member for Goyder, I'm reasonably confident I didn't mention that because I have never, I don't know anything about it.
That's okay.
So it's not something in the current budget process. It perhaps is something that might pop up next year. Okay. I did talk about the carer reference group.
Sorry. Apologies for that. Thank you. And Minister, just wanting to confirm, foster carers and kinship carers, are they assessed the same or are they assessed differently?
Member for Goyder, they are assessed the same.
The same. And the financial support they receive is calculated on the same basis?
Yes, Member for Goyder, because it depends on the requirements of the child, so it doesn't matter who's looking after them, the assessments are the same. and the support provided as per the assessment of the child.
Thank you. And Minister, what support or compensation are children in care receiving when they are abused in government care failed by the state?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that?
Thank you. What supports, compensations are children in care receiving if or when they are abused in government care and failed by the state?
Thank you for the question, Member for Gorge. I'm not really sure of its relevance to the budget estimates question, but what I can say is every child is dealt with and assessed and supported in the same way. So that's not, I don't really see what the relevance is to budget estimates.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, I just wanted to also ask, could you provide us with how many children have been engaged with the circuit breaker program during the reporting period? And while you're excited flipping that folder, what percentage of children were aged from 0 to 3, 4 to 9, 10 to 14 and 15 to 17?
Thank you, Member for Goysia. So for the current year to the 31st of March, there was 312 circuit breaker cases commenced. The age breakdown, I don't have the toddler age groups, but I can tell you that under 10, there were 55 children, 11 to 12, 55, 13 to 14, 74, 15 to 16, my apologies.
No,
I'm reading
okay.
the wrong column. That's the family responsibility agreements, which are also exciting, but not as exciting as the other numbers. So 134 circuit breaker cases for kids under the age of 10, 118 between the ages of 11 and 12, 157 between the ages of 13 and 14. That's the whole, This is over the life of the program.
Yep.
And 141 between the ages of 15 and 16, and 28 who are over the age of 17. So we don't have the break-in for the current period, but that's the breakdown and gives an idea of the span of ages that circuit breaker are dealing with, which would be proportional in the number for the year from 1 July to 31 March.
And will you be able to provide the data of just the reporting period?
Yeah, we can do that. That's not a problem.
Madam Chair, may I put that, would you like me to put that on notice, Minister?
That would probably, that would be fine if you could do that, because we've been looking at cumulative data over the period, so we can just break it down into the current period.
Yeah.
Member for Gwadja, can you please repeat the question for the record?
How many children have been engaged with the circuit breaker program during the reporting period, and what percentage of the children were aged from 5 to 10, 10 to 12 and 12 to 17?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you. The question asked of the member for Gwadja of the minister has been allocated the number 8.6. Member for Gwadja.
Thank you. Minister, I just also wanted to confirm, have there been any children that have died in care within the reporting period?
Thank you for the question, Member for Goyja. The advice is no.
No.
Member for Johnston, follow-up question? Oh, yep. Are you happy to
I'm happy because I've got some more circuit breaker, so yep, you can go.
Member for
Minister, and I'm happy to take this on notice because it's a lot of data, potentially, but broken down by region, service and program, can you provide the committee with a detailed list of referrals from the program, separated into children and adult referrals?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. So I can actually give you referrals by program, but it's not broken down by region because the numbers aren't not massive. There's 300 odd kids in the program today for the year to date. I can tell you that in the current year to the 31st of March, there were 16 referrals to accommodation and housing support, 14 referrals to alcohol and other drugs, 4 to assessment referrals, 27 counselling mental health referrals, 24 domestic and family violence support referrals, 21 education school engagement referrals, 35 family support referrals and 14 youth adolescent program referrals.
Thank you, Minister. I'm also interested in the data for adult referrals from that program.
Member for Johnston, the circuit breaker program treats the family as an entity, and so all those referrals would involve the parents and any other siblings who are in the household. It's treated as a wraparound service with the design to try and break that cycle.
Thank you. Did you say it's not possible to give it by region?
That's correct.
Okay. Why is that, Minister?
It would require a manual collation by region support, which will be fairly labour intensive, but if you want the staff to spend their time doing that, I'm happy to take it on notice. But I think you'll find the numbers are, like the breakdown of the numbers is reasonably small across the regions because often referrals are to centres anyway.
Okay. I'm interested in specific services that referrals were made to. Are you able to give that information?
The specific referrals that within the referral process?
Well, specifically for 24 referrals to domestic, family and sexual violence services, what were those services?
We would have to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Member for Johnston, please restate the question for the record.
Please give detail of the specific services referrals were made to in the reporting period.
Member for Johnston, is that just in relation to your inquiry around the domestic, family and sexual violence?
Yes, just in that.
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you, Minister. The question asked of the member for Johnston to the Minister has been allocated the number 8.6.
Thank you.
Member for Johnston?
Thank you. Minister, how many...
Sorry, correction, 8.7, not 8.6.
Minister, how many domestic family sexual violence risk assessments and safety plans has Circuit Breaker completed with victim survivors, adults or children during the reporting period?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. I think we need to really be clear what the role of Circuit Breaker is, which is actually to intervene early and refer to other services. What happens once those referrals are made rests with those other services, which sits with other departments.
So does that mean Circuit Breaker wouldn't undertake any of those assessments?
The role of Circuit Breaker is to work with families to get them back on track. So, for example, they might need housing support or any of the other referrals that we've talked to, unless we follow up specifically about an individual young person at a point in time. That's not necessarily the role of Circuit Breaker. They would keep touch with the family to see how they're going, but in terms of the specifics of each other department's role in supporting that family, that would be a matter for those departments.
Thank you. So just to be clear about the answer to my question, Circuit Breaker does not undertake domestic family sexual violence risk assessments or safety plans. Am I understanding correctly?
So, Member for Johnston, I think we probably answered the question in relation to referrals, domestic, family and sexual violence, because we've given you the numbers. So the staff have all done the training. They know what to do and what to identify. But in terms of actually enacting family safety plans, that rests with another department. So we would refer on, and if an assessment is done that that's required, then the referral on would do that. Yeah, I think the really critical element about Circuit Breaker is the whole point of the program is to get to the children and the families before those interventions are needed. So the fact that where the referrals are required, it indicates a highly intensive situation that perhaps has escalated to a point beyond that initial intervention to stop the problem before it starts, which is what the goal is. So if we're going to stop the cycle of domestic violence, we actually have to stop it before it starts. So if you get to a point where you need a family safety framework, the horse is already bolted and there's some significant issues in that environment. So the Circuit Breaker team work really hard to prevent the escalation of a situation before it gets to that, which is why the family responsibility agreements are in place and why that wraparound approach is taken.
Can I ask a follow-on question?
Member for Gwadja?
Thank you. Minister, was talking about that funding. Can you provide a breakdown from the DFSC strategy of how much of the proposed investments will be used for frontline delivery in regions outside of Darwin, Palmerston and Alice Springs, and what is specifically invested in a breakdown of Barkly, Big Rivers and Arnhem?
I'm sorry, I missed you said the breakdown of and I missed it because
sorry.
you had your hand in front of you.
I think I probably put my hand there. Minister, could you provide a breakdown of the DFSC strategy of how much of the proposed investments will be used for frontline delivery in regions outside of Darwin, Palmerston and Alice Springs, and what is being invested particularly in Barkly, Big Rivers and Arnhem?
Sorry, can I just clarify? You're talking about the domestic family sexual violence strategy?
Yes.
Okay.
What did I say?
C.
Sorry,
sure.
V. Yeah.
I know it's a mouthful. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. So the strategy applies across the Northern Territory and it's broken into different programs. There are programs we can specifically say where they are operating. So, for example, Circuit Breaker operates across the whole of the Northern Territory. The co-responder model operates in Alice Springs and Palmerston. The Palmerston service has recently commenced. When you talk about programs and communities, that's spread right across the territory. The specialist DFV courts, that's probably where the C came from, courts, currently operates in Alice Springs, and we've been looking to implement a similar process because of the success of that into Darwin. Remote safe spaces exist in a variety of areas across the territory, primary prevention, similarly across the territory. The DFSV Training Resource Centre will provide services across the territory, but it won't necessarily be placed in multiple locations. And obviously whole of government policy and coordination works across the territory. So of the $36 million, if that's what you're specifically asking about, 23.5 of that is controlled by
DCF.
Yep.
So it sits in our budget line. But there's an additional amount of money, which is around 13 million, which has been allocated to other departments. So it doesn't appear in our domestic family sexual violence line to actually do the work that is their skill set. So the NT Police have funding for corresponder and family safety frameworks, which, as you know, corresponder operates in Alice. It's just started in Palmerston. The Family Safety Framework program operates across the territory. Department of Health have an allocation for specialist health response. We've been looking at how we can provide safe places in emergency departments, for example, for victims of domestic violence to be able to be managed and what that might look like. Department of Corrections have funding that operates across the corrections system, which is across the territory, for programs in prison and also counselling for women in prison. And the Attorney General's Department have additional funding for specialist DFV courts and prosecution and witness assistance. I can give you, so for the Health Department, for example, they're looking at the capacity of the health system to recognise and respond to and refer victim survivors after our specialist services, because currently that's not a resource they're able to do. And then we've got AGs, as I said, looking at the specialist approach for DFVCs in local courts. Too many acronyms, and particularly around the prosecution and witness assistance support. So it's all of the services that are funded essentially have a network across the Northern Territory. Obviously, the major centres where a lot of the activity occurs, particularly when you talk about the court system, that's not as dispersed, but certainly the majority of the programs are across the territory and accessible across the territory.
So, Minister, through the chair, if I may, I just wanted to ask as well, as a result of the coronial inquest, there was a recommendation in there about a 10% increase in frontline funding to those agencies. Is that featured in this budget, and is that going to roll out? I don't want to verbal you as well. I think that was an in principle commitment.
Thank you, Member for Goysia. So the 10% increase around the frontline services was included in the DFSV specialist service funding, so that was uplifted. But generally speaking, we're looking across the board at where we're spending money and where the greater needs are, and how we can make sure that where we are spending money, it's in the right place and redirecting as appropriate. And as these programs are rolled out, for example, we're really keen to see how the impact of the Palmerston correspondent model, which is a relatively newly established service, and then if the DFV court system works and gets a better outcome for victims as they fight for justice, do we do those in other places? So we'll be looking to uplift in those, but definitely frontline services had that uptake.
So they've already had it
across a period of years to actually look at that, not just in the 36 million, but there is other funding that we provide that makes up the total DFSV budget for the territory. So just
to be a point of clarification for me, where you're suggesting is that has already been rolled out where applicable, that 10% from when that coronial was completed?
So where it's applicable at the moment in the DFSV space, and there's work being done currently across the grants program, we're actually doing a review of all of that to make sure that where we're spending money is delivering the outcomes that the community expects, and redesigning those programs to best effect. And once that's completed, then we'll know exactly where the increases might be required.
I think the member for Johnston's waving at me.
Member for Johnston has a follow-up question.
On the circuit breaker after Member for Johnston.
Member for Johnston.
Sorry, just because I think I asked you about this in estimates last year, and at that point you said that the 10% to increase the baseline funding for frontline services had been allocated. It was $5.2 million. So I think just following up from the member for Chancey, I was going to say, the member for Gorja. So just to be clear, has that $5.2 million, that 10%, been paid to frontline services, or are you saying that's no longer the case and it's being reassessed?
It's currently under assessment, is the advice I have, yes.
So what happened to that money that was allocated in last year's budget?
So all of the frontline services that were about to fall off the funding cliff at the end of 24-25 were continued, with the commitment that we would review all of those services to determine what was what was needed to be done in the future. It's critical that we make sure that we're spending the money in the right places. There are significant numbers of service providers who have missed out in the past, and so that review process has been a considerable and intensive process. It's nearing completion, and then once it's completed, those services will be supported as we've indicated they will.
And the $5.2 million was allocated in last year's budget. Where did that go?
It's in the 25-26 budget. It's currently in there, and the 10% increase was part of that $5.2 million.
But it hasn't been spent in the 25-26 budget, or it has?
It's in the process of being allocated.
So it will be allocated before the end of the financial year? Thank you, Minister.
And just while we're on circuit breaker, will the...
I haven't given you the call yet. You can have it.
Thank you. I'm being good.
You've been very good. We've got half an hour to go. Let's go. And then Member Blaine does have a follow-up question as well.
Happy to jump straight there after this. I just wanted to touch, Minister, will the circuit breaker program be required to have the same review or evaluation as the rest of the domestic family and sexual violence programs?
That evaluation is currently
For
underway.
circuit breaker? Thank you. And will that evaluation be made public?
Yes, will we be celebrating circuit breaker? Most definitely.
Thank you. We'll just pass to the member for Blaine for a follow-up.
All right, quick one. So this one is a follow-up on circuit breaker. So we've talked before. I love seeing circuit breaker at the Palmerston markets, walking around, engaging with the young people. So NT Police are reporting a 9% reduction in domestic violence offences across the NT. So the circuit breaker that I see at the Palmerston markets is probably maybe the tip of the iceberg. So I just see them engaging with young people. Can you explain a bit more about the other aspects of what they do, those wraparound services with the families that's helping make Territory families safer? So the things that they're doing, outside the Palmerston markets where, that are driving these changes?
I just accidentally turned it off. Thank you, Member for Blaine. Thank you for the question. That's why there's a little tag there that tells you what's on and what's off. So the whole concept of circuit breaker evolved from you can't continue to do things the same way and expect a different outcome. And what was really clear is that the first indication of a risk in a family situation is children out on the street unsupervised at all hours of the night. And so circuit breakers' role is in the first instance to be patrolling, identify kids at risk, because if they're at risk, there's a reason they're at risk. And then what they do is they wrap them up and they transport them to home and make sure that things are well at home. Where there's a situation where things are not well and there is a risk to the child, they provide a safe sleeping space for the child for the night, and then the next day the day team goes in and sits down and works with the family to find out exactly what's creating the challenges that they're experiencing. So it could be alcohol, it could be domestic violence, alcohol leads to domestic violence. It could be issues with housing that are creating tensions in the family. It's a whole range of issues because we know that the cause of domestic sexual violence is multifaceted. It's a whole
raft of situations that reach a culmination that result in some horrendous situations for the victims. So circuit breaker then, the first port of call is to really sit down and try and work with that entire family, which is to try and determine what is going wrong and how they can intervene before things go really pear-shaped. And that is where referrals to other services come into play, and where the work is done to make sure that that environment remains stable and safe. Because what we want to do is prevent the creation of the next generation of perpetrator and victim. And so if we can work with those children at that point, then we've got a hope of breaking that fairly vicious cycle. Circuit breakers started in Alice Springs, and domestic family sexual violence assaults in Alice Springs have decreased 20% year on year. They have had the best outcome of the reduction in the approach of trying to get that community back on track than across the territory. And across the territory, as you've indicated, the reduction is 9%. So it's a circuit breaker working with other programs, so they interact. So every night before they go out on the patrol, I was going to say out on the street, but that sounds terrible, doesn't it? Before they go out on patrol, they meet with the co-responder team. They meet with other patrolling teams in your area. They'll meet with PORU. They'll talk to the local police to see what's happening and see where they can intervene. I've actually been out on patrol with them myself, where we have encountered domestic violence situations where they've been able to go in and de-escalate and make sure that the children are safe, and really do referrals if we need to. So it's a very all-encompassing program that is actually working with the community to deliver results, and the feedback from the community who participate is incredibly positive, and I am confident that we'll see in the long term that this is one of the critical things that is working to help break that cycle of violence in our communities.
Thank you, Minister. Just a final question on that line. I don't know if it's the same figure. So what's the budget allocation for circuit breaker? And maybe it might be the same as they might come under the budget allocation for domestic violence. And that would finish my line of questioning on that topic.
So the total budget for circuit breaker across all budget funding budget lines is 8.3 million.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Gloucester?
I'm being nice. Go on.
Sorry. It's a follow-up to the follow-up to the follow-up. Just in relation, Minister, given you just said that an evaluation of circuit breakers underway, I'm assuming that would include an evaluation of referrals. So just in relation to my written question earlier, could I expand that or put in my question on notice, or put in another one asking for a list of referrals to all services broken down by region?
Maybe ask a new question for
I'll ask it
on
as a new
notice.
question.
so
Is
it
that better?
doesn't-
Yeah, and I was just going to say that just to preempt you attempting to ask a new question is we wouldn't be able to provide it by providers. That's not necessarily, we could provide it by services, but not necessarily providers. Because if you take a step back and think that some of the services provided are non-government organisations who might be having a variety of service providers, that's a far more complex piece of data that we wouldn't necessarily have access to. So we can talk about the referrals to providers, but not necessarily the services specifically.
Can you just help me understand the difference between those two things? An example?
Providers are a group of people. Services are multi-layered variations of a theme on different things that they may not have a detailed report on.
So, for example, round AOD, would you say it's referred to an AOD provider but not the specific provider? Is that what you mean, or?
No, you said the service is provided, so we could potentially tell you who the provider of the service is, but not necessarily the nature of the services they've provided to an individual.
Okay. I'm interested in that the service, like as in the organisation or the.
Yeah, and we did indicate that we could do that, and then you changed it just to domestic, family and sexual violence. But if you want it all, we'll give you a bonus for that, okay?
Thank
You
you.
don't have to ask another question. We can just,
Thank you, Minister.
it's a buy one, get one free. If I may, Chair, I do have an answer to one of the questions on notice from the member for Goyder in relation to 83B.
Can
So
you just make sure that do you know the number of the question on
the
notice?
question number was 8.5.
Thank you.
And the answer is there were 49 Section 83B inquiries received in the reporting period, and these related to 47 unique children.
Member for Gorja.
Good job.
My mic is not on. Minister, what is the re-victimise rate in the territory where domestic violent victims have reported being attacked within 2 years?
Thank you for the question, Member for Goyder. That would be a matter for a question sorry, let me try that again. That would be a question more appropriate to the Minister for Police because it's a criminal action. We wouldn't have that data.
So you wouldn't record any data around the number of interactions in terms of those statistics that lie with police or AGD?
Member for Goyder, we look after children and their families where that's appropriate. But in terms of victim reports and assaults or additional assaults on the same victim, that would be a matter for police.
No problems. Through the chair, Minister, what new early intervention programs for boys to address family violence and at-risk behaviours has been established by your government in the reporting period?
It's almost a commercial in confidence challenge with this one, Member for Goyder. What I can say is there are a range of programs that are funded that cover off a whole range of areas. So, for example, Aboriginal lead prevention, crisis accommodation and wraparound support, which would take into consideration some young men's behaviour. The work that No More does, the work that Our Watch does, there's primary prevention. There's a number of programs where youth night activities, NT Council of Social Services do some broader brush look at what's needed. Child and youth development research is done. Keeping Women Safe in Their Homes programs, which by their connection looks after the children. There's a program specifically that will deal with your question, which I can't actually talk about because it hasn't been announced yet.
How about, Minister, you're talking about something, will that be announced before the end of the financial year?
Highly unlikely that it'll be, but it'll be a great question for next year.
All right, I'll write it down now. Okay. Minister, what family violence programs specific to addressing children's use or experience of family violence have children been referred to through circuit breaker?
Member for Goyder, I feel like we've already identified the referral pathways. The member for Johnson has asked specifically for service providers. I think the most critical element about circuit breaker when we're talking about the young people is that we look to see what is going on in their family. We look to see if there is an intervention specifically required that requires the assistance of other services, and there's also work that's done by the circuit breaker team in terms of referral to some of the youth work that's done within the department itself and some leadership mentoring work that they do. I know particularly in Alice Springs there's a very strong focus on keeping connected to those, particularly the very young kids who they've found out and about on the street in less than appropriate circumstances. There's a lot of work done with school engagement officers to try and get those kids back to school, and there's been some fantastic results where we've had young kids particularly re-engage with school and get involved in much healthier peer support groups. So it's a very broad and a very individual, personalised experience for each of the children that they're dealing with. In addition to that, there's also some intervention groups which do some one-on-one educational sessions with them, so that focus on respectful relationships and consent. There's some programs that have been funded. So NAPCAN, for example, developed a suite of resources that are being used. This is not specifically a circuit breaker because it's a crossover thing, but there are resources that are available to the team that help teach young kids what safe looks like and being able to communicate what concerns they have, or if something's happened with them, how they can actually talk about it in a safe way to a safe adult. There's work being done on emotional regulation and decision making, safe use of technology and social media. And I think one of the critical things for circuit breaker is we're really working very, very hard to keep children out of the youth justice system in particular by keeping their families focused and together, and not creating that situation where young people are escaping from family violence at home and getting themselves into trouble as a result. So it's the real focus in that wraparound where it's not just about the kids but it's also about the families more generally is one of the things that's the most positive, I think, about circuit breaker, and the uptake voluntarily of families to participate in the family responsibility agreements is a really positive sign that families are stepping up and understanding that their kids deserve better and they want to work to make things better for them.
Thank you. I've got one question, and I know that the member for Johnson is chomping to get in after me. Minister, recommendation 15 of the coronial inquest into the deaths of 4 Aboriginal women stated that the government should fund and DCF should develop and implement timely and intensive early intervention for young people who are reported as being in family violence as victims or perpetrators, consistent with the Safe and Together framework, and in an attempt to prevent further family violence. These should be in addition to existing programs. This expands on Action 3.10 of Action Plan 2. Minister, what is the government doing to implement that recommendation? And then I know that through the chair, the member for Johnson is smiling at me.
But the other thing, Minister, before you put the microphone is,
Did it just get hot in here?
Thank you, Member for Goyder. Again, we're kind of skirting a little bit close to an area that I can't actually talk about yet as much as I would, but then the federal government might pull out funding, so let's not do that. There is an announcement, particularly around those concepts that have been in development for a while, that it's getting closer, but we're not quite there yet. But I think one of the things that's really important too is that everybody who works in the circuit breaker team are in and of themselves trained youth workers, so they understand the importance of getting these kids on track and working with their families to keep them on track. And just to give you an idea of some of the work that that they've done. So, for example, so they work with services. Back to your question, Member for Johnston, about the sorts of organisations that are working with this team. That includes Tangentyere Family Support Services, Back on Track services, which are really critical. And some of those referrals aren't necessarily formal referrals. They're connecting, so they won't necessarily be recorded because they all work together, and the kids tend to gravitate towards the areas that they feel comfortable in dealing with. There was one young person who was referred to youth support, and he's been attending weekly support groups and healthy relationship education sessions. Another young person who's been supported by the team to engage with local footy club and start playing footy each week, which might sound really basic, but it's a total change of behaviour for that young person, and created a whole new peer network and a whole other mentor support network that was missing from that young person's life. There's been referrals to, I always say this wrong. Unchumpa. Thank you. It's a great name, but I always get it wrong. Unchumpa Cultural Case Management Services. There was another young person who attended Love Bite sessions in the hub facilitated by the team to actually learn about what's a healthy relationship and what's not, which goes directly to the heart of preventing that creation of the next generation of perpetrator and victim. There was the young people who have been interacting with the circuit breaker team are actively taking part in creating the solutions for the future. So one young person took part in the National Children's Commissioner focus group engagement and participated in the domestic violence session, so was able to give real life experience to sometimes groups that miss out on that real life experience, particularly when it comes to young people. There's been referrals to Headspace, which is specifically set up to look after young people up to the age of 25 with mental health issues. So I think there's a lot happening, but it's to some degree it's organic, and that's because as the program evolves and develops and fine tunes, the where things land will almost create themselves. And in relation to the specifics, like I said, ask me the question next year and I'll be able to tell you all about the program I can't tell you about tonight.
Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, what's the rate of unmet demand for domestic family violence crisis accommodation services? So what I want to know is how many women and children are not able to be accommodated?
I know I've seen it.
Just want to check, Minister. I think some of this is captured in the homeless brief because it all comes out of the SHS.
Okay.
Or in the Safe House performance measures. So 5.1.10.
Yeah, I'll just look there. I see it there.
It doesn't talk about unmet need turnaways. They want us to talk about turnaways.
I've seen that somewhere. Just give us a minute, Member for Johnston. As you have clearly identified earlier, there is a lot of data here.
And there's a crossover between the safe houses and homelessness, so I'm just checking which is the correct number to give you. My apologies, Member for Johnston. I know it's in here, but I just can't find it. So I'll keep looking in the meantime, but if you want to give us that on notice.
Member for Johnston, could you please restate the question for the record?
Yeah, thank you, Minister. What's the rate of unmet demand for domestic family violence crisis accommodation services? Explicitly, how many women and children are not able to be accommodated?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you. The question of the member for Johnston to the Minister has been allocated the number 8.8. Member for Johnston.
Thank you. Also, a follow-up from a question I asked last year in estimates, and also in relation to the one of the coronial recommendations, recommendation 35, which committed to establishing a domestic family sexual violence death review mechanism. Where's this currently up to, and when will the review body be operational?
Thank you, Madam. Oh, I was going to call you
Madam.
something.
Madam, no.
Madam. Now, Madam. Madam Member for Johnston. It's late. So, yes, there is a commitment there. It's part of our DFSV strategy, and the commitment is for the second half of this year.
How much funding has been allocated specifically to that, and what budget line does that sit in?
It will be funded from within.
So no specific funding amount at this?
It was identified that specific funding wasn't required. It could be managed from within existing resources.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Puppy eyes. Member for Gwadja.
Thank you. Minister, I just wanted to confirm we had a conversation last year in estimates around the establishment of a DV peak, and I just wanted to confirm that you confirmed then that that wasn't going to proceed, but there were two positions funded within NT COS who would do that advocacy work.
Thank you, Member for Gorgeous. So there's two positions funded, one in NT COS, one in AMSANT, and to do that work. But in addition to that, we continue to work with a variety of providers in the sector and domestic family sexual violence victims as to what that, where we get and gather that information from. And we have a very good resource of people to be able to call on in that space. But in terms of the funded roles, one with AMSANT, one with NT COS.
Thank you, Madam. You're not. No. Thank you, Minister.
Now you're doing it.
Yeah. Can I just confirm? Thanks. I appreciate the response. So the one in. I cannot talk now. The one in AMSANT and the one in NT COS, are they funded for the next full financial year?
Thank you, Member for Goyja, not Madam. So the current funding is to the end of the current financial year. There's calendar year, sorry, not financial year, calendar year is financial year. So the current calendar year, there's still a little bit of, I don't want to say disagreement, but discussion around what the best approach is going forward within the sectors. And so we're still working on that, and also working on, as part of our grant review and where we're spending money, and to really identify what the scope is to be able to do that work in the future, which will be done before the end of the year.
Okay, so both positions are funded till 31st of December.
So they will both be funded to the end of the year. One of the positions is currently only funded to June, but they've an underspent, so we're allowing it to roll over while we continue to work on what the model should be going forward.
Thank you, Member for Gorja. We've had the member for Karama has been sitting very quietly
Well, we
for a very
better let
long
him
time
ask
and has
then.
a question on homelessness. So if we can give the floor to Member for Karama.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I think homelessness is one that we haven't quite got to. This actually relates to my electorate too, Minister. Minister, the Mallaroo Pathway Program, which you mentioned in your opening statement, at Black Shopping Centre, was announced on the 23rd of February 2026 as a $7.5 million investment in youth homelessness, delivered in partnership with Larrakia Nation Aboriginal Corporation. And you and I had the pleasure of visiting it around that launch time, getting briefed on it and getting an understanding of it. Can you advise how many young people have accessed the hub since its opening, including how many have spent at least one night in emergency accommodation?
Thank you, Member for Karama. As I'm sure you'll appreciate, it is a very new service, so in terms of their reporting requirements and actual numbers that have gone through in the period of time they've been open, we're not at their obligation to provide that, but I can provide you with some feedback on what is proving to be an incredibly successful program. I know the feedback from the young people who are using it and from the community more broadly is that it's been incredibly successful and distracting young people from doing the wrong thing and giving them something more focused to do and learning skills. So I was talking to the CE of the Larrakia Nation who are running the program recently. He was telling me about how amazing it is. The young blokes come in and they cook dinner for everybody and they learn how to look after themselves. They get a bed for the night if they need it. They're all engaging in really proactive, positive games. And it really does address a critical service gap for young people in that 10 to 17-year age group. And what's been really interesting, the feedback that I've been given is that the kids who've been going there are spreading the word. And so they're generally packed fairly early in the evening with young kids coming there, finding it as a really safe place to go. It operates Wednesday to Friday from 5 p.m. and from on weekends from 12 noon, which is great. It's a safe drop-in centre. The kids can get a feed. They learn practical supports. They get learning opportunities, recreational activities, and I'm really looking forward to getting that first report to see just how many young people have gone through and what some of the flow-on benefits have been for them while they're working. So this is not proven data, but I can tell you that in the first little period of their operation, they've had about 200 young people go through for respite and basic services, and their activity in terms of social engagement, they reckon they've reached about 3,000 young people or 3,000 engagements, which is pretty exciting. So,
sorry, still going. Sorry.
Grant reporting, but it's only to the end of March, so it's better.
yeah. And some of the services they provide are really practical as well. They've got shower facilities, they've got laundry facilities. They're doing some case planning with the young people. They're doing some cultural mentoring, and they too will do referrals to places for health, mental health support, education, and so on. So it's a great initiative and early days, but looking really, really positive. I've got a couple of responses to questions on notice, if
Sure, yep, Minister.
you'll indulge me.
Yep, you have the floor.
So this is question number 8.3 from the member for Goyja in relation to the reporting period. What percentage of child protection investigations were priority 1, 2, 3, 4? And how many had been completed? Is that right? So and the timeframes. Yeah. So priority 1, where the requirement was within 24 hours, total of
345 are being completed, and they relate to 337 children.
Okay, so 335 were completed, 337 unique children.
This is out of the total of 3,361. Within 3 days, priority twos, 962 were completed, and that related to 905 unique children. Within 5 days, 1,892 were completed within 5 days, and that related to 1,796 unique children. Within 10 days was 125 completed, which related to 124 unique children, and there are 37 investigations where the timeframes weren't stated. So that gives us the total of 3,361 investigations and the 3,090 unique children in total. Then I think that was a two-parter. So question B was the number of the priority one investigations that had commenced within 24 hours, what percentage met this time frame? And the response to that was 65.5% were done within 24 hours, with the remainder of 34.5% done after 24 hours. And part C of that question, if possible, include the age breakdown. So the priority one completed investigations by age of child at investigation commenced. There were 40 under the age of 1, 29 investigations for 27 unique children who were 2, 16 aged 2 and 16 investigations. If I just say one number, you know that the unique children and the number of investigations were the same.
Gotcha.
Okay, so 3 years old, 19, 4 years old, 10, 5 years old, 12, 6 years old, 15, 7 years old, 14, 8 years old, 19, 9 years old, 18, with a total number of unique children of 17, 10 years old, 20, 11 years old, 20, 12 years old, 23, with 22 unique children, 13 years old, 23, 14 years old, 24, 15 years old, 22, with 21 unique children, 16 years old, 12, 17 years old, 9, giving a total of 345 priority one investigations relating to 337 unique children.
Thank you, Minister. We are out of time, so we might have to get you to table your remaining responses. We can table them now. But that does conclude consideration of outputs relating to the Department of Children and Families. And on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank the Minister for appearing before the committee today and the officers who provided assistance to the Minister. That concludes estimates hearings for today. Hearings will recommence at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, 17th of June, with questions from the Attorney-General. Minister, would you like to make any closing statements?
Thank you. I would just like to say thank you to the team who are here at the table with me. It's a big job doing the work to care for our children and our families in the Northern Territory, and as you can see, it's a very data-intensive job. The requirements needed are quite significant, so I'd like to really say a big thank you to all of the team who've been working behind the scenes. Some of them are sitting behind me, some of them are hiding out there, and some of them are at home in bed, lucky them. But we couldn't, it's a very massive effort to do this work, and it's at times incredibly confronting, at other times incredibly rewarding, and all of the areas in between. So thank you to every member of the Department of Children's Families team. Thank you to the executive for the work that they've done. I know that you can be very proud of that work, and that there are many children who are much safer today than they were yesterday because of the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Minister. I just want to say one thank you to the committee for behaving tonight.
Hey, best session all
really,
estimates.
really nice. Thank you. And Minister, specifically, I'd like to say my thank you. It's been really nice that you've been able to provide so much contextual information to the data that's been provided today and talk through that. So thank you for your efforts there as well, and to the team. Thank you. Good night.